Good evening, poker enthusiasts. We are live from Prime Poker here in Houston, Texas. Going to be sweating the final 9 of this $600 buy-in main event. Participants are playing for over $40,000 for first place. We are down to 9. We are just getting into the action. My name is Josh. I'm going to be in here commentating, watching the action with y'all tonight.
Yeah, that's just something.
They don't want, I'll take it.
Okay.
Players are getting situated, getting their chips out of their bag, going over some of the stream rules.
The dealer has a headset with the action tracker back there, so he'll let him know if the cards aren't reading. And so he might have you like move them around a little bit periodically, but most of the time they work. We do have a microphone, so you can say whatever you want, just know it'll be heard online. It's a 30-minute delay, cards up coverage, so nobody can see the cards until 30 minutes later whenever whoever's doing commentary, it comes through on the broadcasting software.
You hear our stream guru talking here, Mr. Alex Optional, letting everybody know this is a safe and secure
no phones at the table.
Stream.
We will issue hand penalties for that if you continue to ignore that rule. You have to step completely off of the platform over here on either side if you want to use your phone.
Button's correct?
It is. Button is correct, seat 6.
Yep.
It's Prime Social TX on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch if you want to send that out to your friends and family. We'll let you know again whenever we actually go live. Go live in about 15 minutes with like an intro video or whatever.
Headphone okay though, right?
What's that?
Headphone okay?
Headphones are fine, yes. Just can't be physically on your phone.
You already connected somebody? Yeah. I have.
So I'm going to take that receipt.
He's going to tell me what you guys have. So.
All right, good luck, y'all.
Easy game.
We're coming back to 15, 30, 30. You got 30 or 28 minutes left.
All right, that is our blind levels. 15,000, 30,000 with a 30,000 big blind ante to kick off this final table.
Good luck, Colin.
Got a Juan fan in the chat, got a Chris fan in the chat. Let us know who you were here to watch in the chat, guys. As we take a look at hand number 1 of this final table. Juan T. Excuse me, Juan. Okay, both Juans fold. Yes, we have a Juan T and a Juan L.
Raised to 60.
Juan T is in seat 1. Juan L is in seat 9. Sung is going to get awarded Ace King here on the first hand. He's going to raise it up to 60,000. Tie in the cutoff with 2 threes. He's going to let those go. Bob, Dara, neither have anything to come along with. Neither does Caleb. Sung is going to get a bet and take it hand. In the first hand. There's a look at our chip counts. Caleb is currently leading with 2.3 million. Dara right behind with 2.1. Juan is the short stack of the table. Both Juans. Juan T in the 1 seat has 690,000. 770,000 for Juan L in the 9 seats. Still plenty of room to maneuver here. Lines of 30,000. 40-minute levels. A lot of play left in this tournament. Lots of folds to start us off here. Back to tie with the 7-6 of diamonds in the hijack. We're going to bump it up to 60,000. Bob's going to get rid of the King 3 of diamonds. Star's going to let that ace go. Back to Juan L in the 9 seat with Queen Jack offsuit. He's going to come along with a call. We're going to see our first flop of this final table. Queen 9-7, all spades. Juan does flop best here with a pair of queens. Ty has a pair of sevens. Neither player with a spade. Juan is going to get it all in. Ty is going to immediately fold. And Juan is going to pick up some much needed chips. Now look at our chip counts there. There's a look at the payouts for this final table. First place playing for $41,160. Every player at this table is locked up a payout of $4,190. This was a $600 buying event. Chris gonna let go of his ace. Sung with 8-7 of clubs, not gonna proceed out of position.
65, raise, 65.
Mazin is gonna raise it up here with the king, queen of diamonds, 65,000.
Fold. 65. Fold, fold, fold. Fold.
Mazin's going to take it down. It's always good when you can win a pot without having to show down your cards. Anytime you can get the chips in the middle without having to risk your stack is a good pick. Players bagged up their chips last night around 11 p.m. or so. Played down to 9 players last night. After a long, difficult fields in the day 2 restart. 347 total entries into this event. We are down to the final 9. Juan is going to defend in the small blind with the 10-6 offsuit. Chris in the big blind with 8-deuce offsuit. Check his option. We're going to go to a flop of ace, king, 8. Chris is going to flop best with bottom pair. Checks around to the jack of diamonds on the turn. Does give Juan a straight draw now. We're looking for a queen to make Broadway.
At least they can't say it in a way. All right.
Look out the payouts. 41,000 smackers for first place. Every player has locked up over 4,000 for making it this far in the event. I don't think any of these players want to settle for 9th place, though. They're all looking for that first place title and the trophy. Miguel in the Facebook chat asks who fired the most bullets. I do not have that information off the top of my head. We'll go to break here in a little bit, and I will be back with that information. All right, Caleb's going to bump it up here with ace-5 of diamonds in the hijack to 60,000. Sung is going to defend his big blind with King Jack offsuit. We're going to see a flop. Caleb is going to flop best. Pair of fives, backdoor flush draw. Sung with 2 overs.
Alright,
Bet. Fold. Hold it.
Sung saying, don't shoot, you're good. You don't need to put your chips out there. I'm folding.
That's how we start the other day too. Yeah. Not very good.
Mitch, that's right. 2 Juans at this final table. Juan T in the 1 seat, Juan L in the 9 seat. We've seen a lot of folding at this final table so far. I don't think anybody wants to be the first one out.
Raise.
Jacob says there's only one. Juan T. No pun intended.
Re-raise. 185.
Sung is going to raise out of the small blind with ace-9 offsuit. 185,000 into Chris's button raise with 6-4 diamonds. Chris is going to let it go, and Sung is going to take down the pot.
Are you less distracted and you can fold every time? Raise. 60.
Caleb is going to raise his ace-queen to 60,000 under the gun +2. Action folds back to Chris. Cut off with 6-7 of clubs. See how he decides to proceed here. He is going to come along.
I actually just realized there's no more.
Sung folds.
It's inside. I know. Like, yeah. They're not standing anymore.
Yeah, he was distracted earlier, so I had to say fold every time. Now.
Remember, they're always sitting here. What was the hand?
Oh, yeah.
So who's the hand?
Ty wakes up with ace-king in the big blinds.
Yeah,
I imagine a raise is coming soon.
All right, re-raise.
There's that raise. Ty is going to bump it up here.
280.
280,000. Action now back to Caleb with ace-queen offsuit. Caleb is out of position here. But he looks like he's going to come along, make the call.
All right, call.
Chris now with the 6-7 of clubs. 220,000 for him to make this call. See a flop here. He is a 38% favorite to win this hand, and he is in position. Looks like he's going to go for some calling chips. We're going to see a flop. The biggest pot we have seen thus far at this final table. Flop comes ace, jack, jack. It is bad news for Caleb. Ty out of position, first to act here. $1.4 million in Ty's stack.
All right, these are 7 players. Complete the hang here on blind drop 300, 500, with the 800 ante.
Your floor supervisor Sean in the background there, talking about the Deuce to 7 tournament right now. Registration is still open in that event for about another 30 minutes if you can make your way over here. $300 buy-in, no limits, Deuce to 7 single draw. Ty is going to bet $350,000. That's about 800,000 chip pot. Caleb makes the call. He's going to be looking for a queen or an ace to chop. A jack to chop. Oh, there's the chop card. That is very unlucky for Ty here. Both players do still have a chance to win this pot outright without chopping. Ty would need a king on the river. Caleb would need the queen. Very, very lucky turn card for Caleb. Ty announces all in. Caleb's not going to be folding.
Call.
Thinks about it for a second. Makes the call. Sees the good news. Caleb just needs to fade a king here. Oh! Absolute carnage on the river. A queen to eliminate Ty in 9th place. Wow. What a card. Only 3 cards that Ty can be eliminated with. They're all queens. Queen of clubs on the river is going to eliminate him. That is going to do it for Ty. He's going to be out in 9th place, taking home $4,190 for his efforts. Congratulations for making it this far. Unfortunate run out there on the river for Ty. Very fortunate for Caleb, who already had the chip lead and now has a commanding chip lead at this final table.
He's come from the turn. Juan just sits back and starts smiling.
Somebody clip that for me in the chat.
I already knew all the money was getting in.
Absolute carnage
That's what I'm like.
in our 9th place elimination.
I was trying not to laugh.
We have that small big ones.
I don't care what he is. You never fold in ace. You never fold him. You already might as well just stay at home.
We're not in your level, you know.
You're right, exactly.
You're a different level. You told me.
Level.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Like,
As long as we have a clear understanding.
I know. Like, why you trying to make us?
I mean, still, he shoves, you know? Like,
No, I don't want you to understand it.
I know. I just told him like.
I'm trying to understand you.
Wow.
It's a different level. We can't understand it.
Players at the table are talking about Caleb taking so long to call with his ace there.
The comment I made was, I don't know.
I mean, we are playing for a lot of money. Some people haven't been in this situation before. There's no problem with thinking about it for a second. I mean, he's never going to be able to make that fold. You're probably correct, but, you know, maybe there's something he missed, maybe some live tell. There's no harm in thinking about it. He's not a slow roll. He's not thinking about it very long. But that was a disgusting run out of cards. On to the next hand here. Chris in the hijack raised it up to 60,000 with 2 8s. Bob is going to defend his big blind with Jack 7 of clubs. We're going to see 3. Bob does flop best with middle pair here.
Make one order. No, that wasn't 100. No, there you go.
Under 4.5.
Looks like I have a guest coming in to join us.
That is 65.
Hey folks, how's it going? This is Hassan.
Hello, how are we doing?
Good.
Welcome in. Is this
like
your
it
first
back
time
here.
in the booth?
Second time.
Second time. Okay.
Maybe like 2 years ago when I busted out of the 5-5 that was streaming.
Okay. All right. Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
You're coming into a hand here. Chris raised pre-flop with 2 8s in the hijack. Bob defended his big blind with Jack 7, flop best.
Next game leader points too. You got
Chris continued on the flop. Check, check. The 5 of diamonds on the river. Bob is still going to be best here. Probably just wants to get to showdown.
I gotta split my time. We got break in 8 minutes. I can spend 10 minutes over there.
There you go. See a couple hands.
I'll see more.
Dar here, you hear him talking. He is also playing in the No Limit Deuce to 7 single draw event right next door. He's playing this final table and that event at the same time.
2 rounds of minutes. It's quick.
Just one draw. Yeah, I've never played that game.
It's a good game.
Fold.
Bob is going to take down that pot. There's another look at the payouts there. 41,000 up top for first place. You see at the bottom there, Ty was our first elimination.
You know, I kept saying, all I have to do is win first place and I'm a profitable poker player.
Right, exactly.
I didn't quite make it out of day one. Bubbled the turbo.
Well, you were close.
At 4th place.
Unfortunately, there's not a consolation prize for that, but
It's okay, I lose a lot less money back here.
that is accurate. That's accurate.
So this one just doesn't work.
You can ask them to move you
Yeah,
to that one.
you can go on this one now probably.
It's looking like a lot of pretty even stacks. Anyone pretty
Well, you
far in
just
the lead?
missed it. Our 9th place elimination, which was Ty.
Back up a little.
Caleb opened up pre-flop with ace-queen offsuits. Got a call in middle position, and then it got back to Ty in the big blind with ace-king. And he raised it up, call, flop comes ace-jack-jack.
Okay.
And bet, call, turn comes another ace. So they're chopping. They both have aces full of jacks. They get it all in on the turn, and the river comes a queen. So Caleb makes aces full of queens to eliminate Ty with aces full of jacks when they're chopping most of the time. It was
that's
pretty
rough.
disgusting. And
That's
Caleb
crazy
already
right
had the chip lead at the table, and now he just has all the chips. It was that's what we're freaking out about in the chat up here. From scooping to chopping the house.
Yep.
Yeah, it was sick hand. In other news, Bob has 3-bet with ace jack of diamonds, sung with ace queen offsuit and hijack.
I mean, they're still both pretty deep.
Yeah, absolutely. Are playing 40-minute levels. Plenty of play left in this event. King high flop. Both players with a Broadway draw. Sung does not want to make a pair of queens here.
No, that
Bob
was-
does not
yeah.
want to make a pair of jacks here.
Check.
Yeah, I never know how to play these boards properly. Because, look, my card comes out and suddenly we're pushing.
Right.
And Sung didn't 3-bet on the ace queen.
He
cold
did.
called it.
Bob,
Okay.
Bob 3-bet. Right. And Sung cold call. Seven of spades not going to change much. Does give Bob a few more outs. That is not one of them. I think this just goes check, check, and Sung wins here. I don't envision any chips being put into the pot at this point.
I'd like to see him take a stab at it.
Yeah.
You have ace queen or ace jack?
Nah, he just check.
Wow, Bob called his hand. Do you have ace queen or do you have ace jack?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Caleb's a pretty far ahead chip.
He started the final table with 17% of all chips in play, about 2.1 billion.
And that double up off tie.
Yeah.
There
It
it
was
is.
almost a full double. I mean, he barely had him covered by maybe a couple 100,000.
Wow.
It was a massive, massive hand for Caleb.
Oh, this guy's a great dealer.
Yeah.
I think he won dealer of the series, right?
He did. This
Yeah,
is
I
our
put in a comment
dealer
card for
of
him.
the series, Nathan Johnson. And it came down to those comment cards. That's,
Look,
that's what it came down to. And
I was rooting for him.
Nathan had a lot of fans, a lot of genuine comments made about him. Nathan was awarded with a entry into this main event. Unfortunately, he was not able to make anything happen with it, but he got a shot at it.
I got my entry off of Sweat.
Yeah,
And rode it all the way to the bubble.
there you go. So what, did it cost you $100?
Yeah, 240 all in.
Okay, all right. Oh, you played a couple of them.
No, one Sweat and then 200 on top. The Sweat was 400.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they're changing it? Oh, can I move over there?
Blind versus blind. Dar is going to raise. Caleb folds. We're on to the next one.
I mean, this deep, like, you probably see a lot of hands like that. Not a whole bunch of moves being made. People aren't shoving easy. Like,
For sure, for sure. Yeah, I did not think that hand that we just saw a minute ago with our first elimination, I did not think that was going to be an elimination. I thought it would be a little bit longer at this final table.
not a bad pot to walk away from.
No, 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 no. Folding, 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 folding. Dara, ace-5 offsuit on the button. Chips going into the pot. Wow. It's card dead.
Yeah, but ace-5 offsuit, like, kind of okay with it.
Yeah, for sure. On the button. Folds back to you. I think you're
Yeah.
supposed to raise exactly 100% of the time.
Yeah. Yesterday we were straddling in the turbo, which is not like a tournament strategy. You shouldn't do that. But it did make things a bit interesting.
So by straddle, you mean you were just
Yeah, blind
blindly
raising. Yeah,
putting
yeah.
chips into the pot.
Absolutely.
I think that's positive, EV.
But we were friendly about it, you know, like if it came around, we opened up the action for this round.
Okay. All right.
No, I thought it was behind the glass. Right.
That's interesting. That was, I remember that. I was present for most of that turbo.
It was a fun night. I think the vibes were way
Yeah,
better.
That was the table in the having the most fun in the entire
I will
room.
say there was the first time in my life I stood up and yelled to the room, "I'm the greatest poker player alive," because I got in awful and then beat 3 people in the pot.
I looked down at my whites row, my stack, and I was like, wait, my blues are in the pot.
No, I didn't know if there was any behind the last second round.
No,
I can't see it from the side.
No, this is all you get right here.
8-5 suited. Oh no, okay.
Ace-9
Ace-9
suited.
shoves. 795. So he's shoving like 25 big blinds.
Yeah.
Oh, it does the math for you. That's so nice.
Yeah, isn't it?
Okay.
It's cool.
I was trying to do it in my head,
Right.
hoping I didn't sound dumb.
Aplácate, tocayo.
I don't got no chance to play against you, man. You want more?
Yeah, dude. Take it easy.
Does he have blues over there? No, does he? He don't have no blues in there. Okay, next time I'll just call.
Yes, man.
Yeah, 6 bullets in this tournament. And I think I saw a lot of players coming into a lot of bullets. It's such a consumer-friendly tournament size. I was saying, like, you guys can run this almost once a month, and I think you'll get the same amount of action. You'll get 5, 6, the same pretty healthy number of entries. I'm saying that because I want it.
Selfishly.
Yeah, selfishly. I mean, you could take out one of the day 1 fights. It's okay.
Dara with ace-5 suited this time.
What's Caleb doing in here?
Folding.
There you go.
Is it break?
Not for you.
I'll go to war.
Looks like they're heading on break.
Go to war. Let me know.
Yeah, players are going to go on break after this hand.
You waiting for the flop?
We have a little bit of action left. Jack 8-9. Not the flop that Dara was hoping for.
No, but I mean, I would think a c-bet gets through there.
Right.
Check. Check. 6 feet.
All right, we are going to go to a quick break, guys. Throw up the payouts for you.
Just wearing this for fun, like to look official for them. Like, yeah, I got to talk to someone tracking all
Give
that.
you all some
Yeah.
fun little music.
That's pretty
We'll
good.
be back, guys.
Something that hurt your mom.
No, I'm not talking to you guys. You got 8 minutes. If you do. Oh, Chloe left, so she didn't even. buckets.
And
He's a good player.
yeah, he's a foul table.
We're gonna get it rolling. Big
All right, guys,
blind,
we are back.
Small blind. We're gonna get it rolling.
Here's a look at the chip counts before we come back from this break.
Yes, please.
Caleb's still strongly holding that chip lead.
All right, main event players,
Double-
you're gonna get 20,000,
Double the stack
40,000.
of the next closest players.
I'd like to be in that position one day.
Yeah, it'd be nice, especially when you're playing for like 40,000.
I do get really out of pocket when I'm deep stacked, though.
It looks like
It got colder.
we might have a small issue with the action tracking here, but it does look like we can see everybody's cards. So I'll try to walk you through here best as I can. Action is now to Dara with ace-8 offsuit, looks like. Folding, folding, folding. Bear with us here, guys. We are having a little bit of technical difficulties. It should get sorted out here very shortly.
Hey, Yusuf, we miss you too, man.
Yusuf, how are you doing, sir? Thanks for joining us. Looks like we have Chris here with 2 9s and Sung with Jack 6, if these cards are correct.
You think how the player stacks up their chips conveys a different type of strength?
I mean, I don't think so. What would you say?
I think
Yes?
I think people that stack up taller than 20, so they do the 40 stack or something. Those guys have nothing to fear.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's basically how I play almost everything. But that's mostly because I play a lot of mixed games, and I just have massive amounts of
Yeah.
white chips on the table at all times. And you can only stack stacks of 20 so high. you
Yeah.
know?
I want to get into that. I'm excited to play
Yeah.
some mixed games with you guys.
Absolutely. You see a flop of ace 3 7. If these graphics are correct, Chris still has the best hand. 2 9s. These percentages are not accurate readings,
Dara's got an ace.
but he folded.
Oh, he folded.
Yeah. The only two people in the hand are Sung with what appears to be Jack 6 offsuit and Chris with 2 9s.
Okay.
Chris is going to take it down regardless. And I think we might have everything sorted out here.
A lot of sunglasses at the table, huh?
Absolutely. I mean, when you're playing for this amount of money,
Oh, I would do
at this stage, I mean, I think everything you can do to, you know, give yourself a
I might even bring the COVID mask back out.
yeah,
Full cover out.
do the Vogel saying with like the turtleneck
Yep,
kind of
yep.
hoodie thing, you know, just show absolutely like 0.5% of your face. I was reading a thread on Twitter a while ago, and it's talking about, you know, is it okay for people to do this at a poker table? Like, can you conceal yourself that much? And most casinos actually have rules that you cannot conceal your face at any time when you're on property.
Yeah, but like,
But you know, it was kind of mixed on the feelings of if it was okay, if it's something you should do, if it's unfair. But I mean, if everybody has the same opportunity to do it,
Yeah.
you know, why not? But I think some people do go a little overboard with it. Bob is going to start us off here with a raise to 100,000. Throws that one white chip out there with 100,000 units. Juan is going to rip it in there with ace-queen. Action is going to fold back around to Bob, who has a decision to make with 2 9s. Juan is the player at risk here. Bob does have him covered almost 2-1. But he's going to try to find a better spot. Lets it go.
It's a strong fold. I don't think I find that fold often enough.
Well, you know, I always say there's a reason I'm in here, and then there's a reason that they're out there.
Yeah,
you know?
fair enough.
So I don't know. I don't know what I do.
Well, it's like,
really
I can't
don't.
make fun of the sunglasses and the hoodies for a table at a steak I'll never play at.
Well, that's not.
But you see it at the 1-3 table sometimes, and I'm like, all right,
yeah,
guys. Like,
come on. What are we doing here?
So, how much do you have right now? Sorry. the update.
Larry in the chat. How are you doing, sir?
Players, take him up. 3-6 with a 900
If y'all are about 8 minutes away, you still have time to make it here for the No Limit Deuce to 7 single draw event.
Oh, that's a solid game. I just played it, played a couple bullets. My first time ever playing Deuce to 7 single draw. I think we've got to find a way to spread that game a lot more often.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot
ton
of
of
fun.
fun.
It's a lot of fun. We regularly have it in the mix that we play here. Very regularly. A lot of mix action here at Prime.
Give us yours as well. That last hand did the track.
Tomorrow night we have a 30-60, maybe even 50-100, depending on how the night goes. Mixed game. If you want to hop in that one for your first time.
I mean, yeah, honestly, maybe. Like, let's see, like how many big ones are you sitting behind with on that?
I think the minimum is typically 1,500, 2,000.
Maybe a little steep to learn.
Yeah, it's you definitely want to come on Mondays like
Yeah.
today.
The
If we
4-8's
weren't in the middle
a
of
good
the series,
spot.
we have a 4-8 almost every Monday. It's a lot of staff playing. A lot of our dealers love to get in
Caleb
there
takes
and
it
mix
down
up.
with Ace-King. No action on that.
No problem. One in a hand, uncontested.
I'm guessing nobody really wants to get in deep with the big stack either, unless you have it.
Right, exactly. No, look at the chip counts there. Caleb's still holding strong, just adding to his stack. Look at he's got him stacked by. Is that what you were referring to? Does he think
Yeah, exactly. You know, I see that stack and I'm like, that guy's building a fortress.
It's a stack of ammunition, if you will. That is a lot of a lot of physical chips.
Right. Someone should color him up.
Yeah, we'll get to it. It's good for TV.
All right. 90.
King Jack offsuit going to be good enough to open it up under the gun here for 290,000. Action folds back to C4. 8-7 of diamonds. Sure looks pretty, doesn't it?
Looks good. I mean, the suited connector is at like 30, 40 big blinds deep. Kind of play.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm surprised Sung didn't play his, what did he have, 4-5? Maybe a 4-5's marginal.
See, I got to agree in the chat. Tally says it's good for TV.
When he gets the heads up, are you putting stacks of cash on the table in front of the guys?
No. See, that's just a liability.
Call.
See, when they do that on TV, it's actually a bunch of $1 bills, $100 bills on the outside.
I'm sure nobody's getting to that. Nobody's rushing that table at the MGM.
Wow! Just give it to him. Caleb just flops the joint. Jack 10 on the flop. Caleb with King Jack. Just continues to get better for this guy at this final table.
Amazing's got a gut shot here, though.
Yeah.
If he hits it,
Caleb is going to continue firing here.
he's out.
Dara is going to come along, try to hit a 5.
I mean, you see the two jacks, like how often do you give someone credit for it?
Exactly. 4. It's close to 5. Not close enough.
I was misreading hands earlier, misreading the hole cards.
Mm-hmm.
Not a good play.
Bet. 250.
It's a hard spot to not think you're getting bullied a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a good fold. Okay.
The rich get richer. There's a look at some stats for you. Pre-flop raise percentages. Caleb currently leading that, as well as the chip lead. He's also raising pre-flop more times than anybody else at this final table.
Does that check out when you have big stack? I mean, why wait?
Right. I
got-
mean, you should be using your stack to,
Right.
to put pressure on people. And
He's also getting cards.
yeah,
not like
it's also nice when you just run like God.
Yeah.
You know.
I would love a little bit of run good.
Yeah. I really need to find a place where you can like purchase that online.
You guys don't sell it?
No, we don't. I just can't find a distributor.
This is a known fact. Every time you reload your time card at Prime, you do get some run good.
Really?
Comes with it.
Okay. All right.
You're good. Thank you.
Chan in the chat. Caleb needs to be sponsored, he says. Caleb is repping that beautiful Prime Poker hoodie. And his percentage of chips in play just continues to grow and grow and grow. Great spot to be in.
4.7.
for
2
Caleb.
hands ago, he was at 4.4. I'm like,
You know, the crazy thing is he gets involved with a hand with one of the players that has 2 million in chips, and he loses. Roles reversed immediately.
that's true.
You know?
It's true. But I think he's playing it pretty smart. Like he's not actually pushing where he doesn't.
Right.
He's not making those bluffs yet. And you could lay down something pretty strong to keep the chip lead, I think.
Oh, for sure.
Raise 100.
Can't lose what you don't put in the pot.
Someone should have taught me that a while ago. 9s against 7s here.
Call. Heads up.
And Caleb's also got to be thinking if he re-raises, he's liable to get jammed on at any point.
Right, exactly. Okay. Actually, not a bad flop for Caleb.
Check
Out of
80.
position here.
Bet 80.
I wouldn't put it past Caleb to come in with a raise.
Call.
But he comes along with a call. I don't hate it. Maybe setting up for a future.
This looks like one of those lines where the first to act on the river kind of gets it.
Right.
Check.
Okay, they did start a 4-8 mix list, so if you're interested in mix,
Speaking of 4-8
come
mix.
see me, list.
Is that what they're calling?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
got
got
on
in the
the
background
list.
here. Starting an interest list for 4-8 mix tonight, guys. Do you want to mix it up with us?
You know, I don't even know most of the games, but they have fun names.
Yeah,
Like, I
well,
want to
the
say
good news
Badoogie.
is,
I
you
want
know,
to say that.
You know, it's not a. I'm not risking a lot of money to learn these games. You know.
Check.
Oh, that was a mistake.
But it's one you can afford to make, right?
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. Nothing wrong, I guess, trying to get to showdown here. Maybe your opponent just has air.
For 260, so for like, 5 blinds.
But I mean, the pot size is 440,000. You know, Caleb leads out for 300,
Right.
300, 350. I just don't see him not winning that pot.
Yeah. This game is much easier though when you can see everyone's cards.
Of course it is. That's what they call hindsight, I guess, at this point. We are commentating on what happened 30 minutes ago. And we get to see everybody's cards. Makes our job easier. A lot easier.
Yeah. I'm just gonna play my games from back here for now.
Sung gonna wake up with Ace Jack under the gun +1. Likely gonna be raising it up.
Raise 80.
80,000. The minimum raise amount.
I do love seeing though, like players folding hands that I think I'm 3-betting or calling, and I'm like, okay, I should probably learn from this.
Yeah.
Because Queen Jack marginal maybe, but in late position maybe I push that.
Yeah.
This is why I don't win these tournaments.
I really got just hook, line, sinker the first tournament I ever played. I was living in Kansas, doing table games at the time. And I was 18 years old, and I took a trip to Oklahoma City, Norman, Oklahoma, Riverwind Casino. and they had this like Tuesday night tournament they had all the time. It's like $40 buy-in, $40 rebuys, $40 add-on. Just a little fun tournament. So for some reason, when I went that night, everybody in Oklahoma City wanted to play that tournament. There's like 140 entries in this, like unique entries in this thing, hundreds of rebuys and add-ons. I was in for the bare minimum, and I made the final table. And we chopped it up like 8 ways, and I walked out with like a couple $1,000.
And you've
a $40
never looked
buy-in.
back.
And I've never looked back. And that's really what got my that's what started me in this industry. Just winning a little $40 tournament.
Yeah.
Which I proceeded to make my way to the table games pit and dump all of it back. But, that's expected. What else are you supposed to do when you're 18 besides lose all of your money?
No, and I'm pretty sure all of us at 18 went over to Oklahoma for either WinStar or that one.
Right. Dara flopping best top pair here with a gut shot. Chris king high and a backdoor flush draw. Are you ever not betting here with Dara's hands?
Betting it every time.
You have to bet.
Because if you think about the other cards coming in, you put the other guy on overs anyways.
Why give him a chance to catch it? Chris gonna let it go.
Now, to be fair, I'm betting pretty much every hand in every position.
Fair enough. There's a look at the VPIP there. If y'all don't know what VPIP is, it stands for voluntarily put in pots. Those percentages are the times that the respective players have voluntarily put their chips into the pots.
In other words, how much fun is each person having?
Fireman Scott in the chat. How are you doing, sir? Thanks for tuning in. Got it open with King Queen of Clubs under the gun. Dara makes a call with Ace Queen of Spades. Nobody else looks like they're going to have anything to come along with. Sung is going to defend his big blinds.
Yeah, that looks right. That looks like a call that I make.
Yeah, I mean, you're in the big blind. He's 40,000 more. Maybe the flop just comes 999.
I mean, any jack, any 9.
Or any 5
Honestly, you could. That's a big blind flop.
Absolutely.
I think checking there actually might just kind of, that might get you.
Dara has to think Ace High has some value here at this point. It's been checked to him 2 streets in a row. All right, Dara's going to take it down with Ace High.
And Caleb's chip lead just kind of grew a little bit, I think, percentage-wise.
Yeah. And it's funny, if somebody loses chips.
Yeah.
Fireman Scott saying he's got a lot of love for several players at this table. Great H-Town lineup. That it is.
Yeah, I've had a chance to play with a couple of these guys. All really good players so far.
Absolutely. All of them had to battle it out pretty hard to get to this point. Not only to bag on day 1, let alone make it to the
How many
final
started
9.
day 2?
We had a returning 39 players.
Now you're down to
day 2.
9. Okay. Or 8.
Yeah, 8. GG's to tie with Ace King, losing to Ace Queen in the nastiest fashion possible. Nothing you can do about that. That's just tournament poker, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Double up and then you Carolina. Double up and then I get Carolina.
Dara raised it up under the gun +1 with ace jack offsuits. Chris is going to look him up on the button.
Almost double you. Almost double you.
A Dubai chip stack. That's what I was thinking. It's the Burj Khalifa, man. It is intimidating.
King high flop.
Check. You have like 8 or something? 9. Yeah. I would have to do it anyway. I'm glad you folded.
I'm glad I thought about it.
I'm glad you folded.
Eight of spades on the turn. Not really changing much.
I'd rather not find out what would have happened.
That was my conclusion.
Jacob says that Juan T runs better when he's also playing a few multi-table tournaments on his laptop while at the table. Well, can't do that at this table.
I mean, I have ran a tournament on my phone while I was at the table once, and it was not good for either game.
Both games took a hit, huh?
Both games took it.
Oh. Queen on the river. Going to give Chris the best hand. Went from 7% to 100%.
I don't know that you see a lot of ace-high hero calls here.
Yeah, I mean, how often does somebody who just cold calls from the button not have something that connects with a board of this texture?
Right.
It's exactly what I
Let's
thought.
check,
you had.
check.
Any non-queen. Cool. Literally exactly what I thought. You had. Nice.
How long are the levels in this?
40-minute levels.
Okay. Okay. So the wands have a little bit of time.
Yeah, absolutely. 17 minutes, as you see right there, left in this level.
Yeah, 40-minute levels. Nobody's really in a rush to win.
Okay. It's going down. Hi, how are you?
You want some deuces?
Oh yeah? You getting in here or what? Alright. Hell yeah.
Huh?
Is that Christopher just calling with the sevens?
Recheck there, huh?
And the cutoff versus
Oh, you
the...
raised. So you-
Okay, there we go.
Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
it takes it.
You're right back, guys.
I think it'll be me, maybe. For some weird reason, I feel like it's gonna be Dara.
All right, looks like we got a dealer change. Reese coming in.
Got an all-star dealer lineup for this table.
Absolutely. The best for the best.
You know, I always thought I'd be a good dealer, but then I tried doing PLO pop math, and that fell apart.
You know, for a guy who says he's not good at math, your hat says otherwise.
Oh yeah, I mean I do it for a living, but I have a computer for that, you know.
Fair enough.
Okay.
So Bob's got a bit of a rail here. He's got a bunch of fans.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of Bob fans in the chat. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Sung in the cutoff, gonna open it up to 80,000. King Jack offsuits. Dara with two deuces.
I got a couple of dealers in the room with me here, Scott, but I don't disagree. It's a strong contender.
Check.
Open-ended for Sung. Dara does technically have the best hand right now, but he's not a favorite to win the hand.
Yeah, I guess you got overs and open-ended.
Yeah.
Twos are hard to play, but when you're
Well, you know, I always tell people that deuces are the easiest cards to play.
Once you hit the
see
set.
a flop, and you either flop a set, or you're no longer in the hand.
yeah.
That's how I play.
I hate seeing a flop and not feeling one more though.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
So,
cash
it's a
is
mental
just
game.
like, you know, whatever. If I get a okay price, I'll try to peel one more. They'll never see it coming. You know, that's the beauty of it. They never see it coming.
Well, yesterday I was at a table where everyone was limping in, and when I showed up, and I started just raising everything, any two cards, which pissed off the table a bit, but worked really well.
Mm-hmm.
So I like cash games for that, but that doesn't happen here.
Right. 2 10s for 1L. It's going to be,
We're seeing the
I
twos
think,
again.
one of the first hands, really, we've seen 1L play. He's just been card dead this entire final table.
Yeah.
Finally waking up with a hand under the gun, pocket 10s.
In 16 bigs, you still have some
Oh!
maneuverability. That's
Bad
that's
news for Juan. I don't think there's any chance that these two stacks don't
No,
get,
they get in.
pre-flop here. That just has to happen.
I was just saying you have some maneuverability at 16, but not when you're up against 20.
Mm-mm.
There it is.
All in, call. Juan's going to get the terrible news.
I love rooting for the underdog here, though.
Yeah.
Let's sweat it. Suspense, Reese.
Ace, high board, no good for Juan. Going to need one of the... Oh, as we see here, there's only one remaining 10. Somebody folded the 10 of clubs.
And that'll do it.
That'll do it. Juan is going to be our 8th place finisher.
Well, congratulations to Juan. That's a solid
Congrats,
finish.
Absolutely. You see right there, he's going to be taking home $5,260 for his efforts at this final table.
And there's still one Juan left.
There is. Now there is only one.
We both had 10.
Only one.
Well done.
Did you tell him?
You should go catch him and let him know.
Yeah, the ICM math at this stage is kind of nuts.
Oh, absolutely.
But I kind of hope not. You know, you might not love it because you're going to be here for a long time. But I kind of hope there's no chops and we see a true winner.
Oh, absolutely.
I caught a glimpse of the trophy by the cage. That's a beautiful trophy.
Yeah.
Hey, you're right. I was wrong. It was him. And it wasn't one, it was that one.
Why I asked if I had aces?
That's more Juan jokes.
I know.
Like, you have aces? I'm like, no.
Here come the Bob fans in the chat. Let's go, Bob.
You got the other two kings?
I feel embarrassed to have to ask now, but which one's Bob?
Bob, Tattoo Bob. The one with-
Oh, there he is.
Oh,
Okay, I have
tattoo.
played against him. Yeah, he's a good player.
That way I can see the look on his face and I can know if he had the other thing. I was like, oh, I was like,
Jara on the button to ace 3 of
As
diamonds.
soon as you let out, I was thinking myself.
Gonna call. Looks like we had it open to 80,000 in the hijack. This is the 5-6 of hearts. Action now back to
I just felt like,
Juan.
he puts in 100.
You know, I'm surprised to see like the standard open here at 1.5 bit. 2 big
Yeah,
blinds.
yeah. Ace high board, 2 hearts. And a 10. Everybody's got a little something on this board. Juan did fold 2 hearts. So, as we know, there's 7 remaining hearts in the deck.
Caleb's hanging out with middle pair.
All right. Picks up some straight outs now to go along with his middle pair. Dar's going to have to put some chips in the pot here.
I don't know. He asked me one of those things and I wanted to keep track of.
Hey, Reese has some fans here too.
Yeah.
I call him Reese Poo also.
I call him Reese.
hope so. For sure it was after 6.
How much is that again?
270.
Pretty even chip stacks here.
You're only gonna take 2. Just go back whenever you need it. Huh? Just go back whenever you need it.
Yes.
No
Calls. Yeah, 3 of hearts would be a fun card to see come out.
Sweet nothings anyway.
4 diamonds is the card that comes out. However,
I think that'll pretty much end the action, huh?
check. Gar's gonna take it down. You think maybe a bet there on the river from 5-6 of hearts gets through?
It could, but it would be hard to believe that if I had the ace pair, it'd be hard to believe that I'm beat.
Right.
Because that ace isn't getting raised or called somewhere else. It'd have to be a pretty big bet.
Yeah.
So even though I know my ace is weak,
Right.
Go.
You gotta go?
I got a man. You want a man?
We good?
Oh man, mint and gum sound both sound. Oh no.
No,
I'll take
no.
them. I'll take them. I mean, this is good. This is good for later when there's no more gum.
Juan found some gum.
just
You know, one of the first final tables I ever had,
To me?
I had Juan at. He is at the final table. There's like 4 or 5 left. They're playing for like 40,000, 35,000, something like that. And he's sitting in the exact same seat he's in right now. He turns his chair around and he's just brushing his teeth at the table. He just he has his little bag. He pulls out toothpaste and a toothbrush. He's just brushing his teeth at the final table.
yeah, I'd rather have that than a guy with bad breath.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, for sure.
Now, the one thing I cannot abide, and I'll say it for everybody watching the stream, if you're eating wings at the table,
You
can't handle it.
You need to rethink your life decisions.
Like,
We do
everyone-
serve, so for that reason, the only reason that we have boneless wings on our
can
menu
use a
here
fork.
is so you can eat with a fork, right? So the chefs that we have didn't understand. Well, I mean, what's the point? Like, like, well,
yesterday.
see,
wait,
eating wings on a poke table is terrible. It's bad. It's the worst. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. So I'm glad it's
like a year ago, I was sitting there with a bag of Cheetos and some chopsticks. And
Right.
people made fun of me for half a second, and then realized that's the smartest thing, and the whole table was doing it.
yeah. I just take the bag and dump it all in my mouth.
We're not savages.
All right, we got a hand brewing here. Looks like a raise to 100,000. Ace 7 of clubs. Going to defend from the big blind with king queen off. 2 club flop. Gut shot for king queen.
Sorry.
I love this flush draw though. I think I might as well just jam it.
Man, jack of clubs. Ooh, that'd be nasty. Carnage.
That was a pretty big pot, though. Well, no, I say big. It wasn't big. It ended up being. I think he shoved like 360 or something.
That was like 3, bro. It was like 320.
It was like 10 big.
I think Sung defends this
This is weird for him.
big blind pre-flop with king queen offsuit. Flops a gut shot, backdoor flush draw, 2 overs. I think he's going to peel another street here.
Yeah, for 110
Tried to light it on fire. You
for
gotta find it.
2.5 big blinds.
Sure. He did a few crazy
And he does. We're off to the turn.
I wasn't sure what to think at first.
And there's the flush.
Ooh, that actually might be a bad
Yeah,
card
right.
for
'cause
Sung,
now
really.
he's
because
seeing
now-
4 to a
yeah.
flush, 4 to a straight.
You know, most of the time you have king, queen, 2 overs, peeling a street. The flush comes, you can just get away real quick. But now, you got the queen of clubs in his hand.
It was. I
played with him a little bit on day one, I guess, and then he had
The same bet.
but he came with the pile, and I didn't know what was up until I did. Yeah, early.
This epic stare down. Stared into his soul.
Yesterday when I ran back into it, I didn't realize it was the same guy from day one because it was just different. It didn't look the same. He was like kind of covered up more.
It's just
different.
look at him.
To be
Staring.
honest, nobody with AirPods has ever intimidated me.
Once I realized it was the same guy, I was like, oh.
See, I'm the kind of guy, I don't want to play with anything obstructing my vision, obstructing my hearing, obstructing anything from seeing anything that's happening.
He makes the call.
Yeah, remember running there? In my head, there was no way he would make the final table, so I forgot he would be here.
Looks like the 4 of diamonds. Okay, so good news for Sung. He can easily get away from this now.
Yeah.
Check, bet, folds, on to the next hand. Nothing
It
wrong
didn't cost
with,
him too much to
Yeah,
get
yeah, and there's nothing wrong with how Sung played this hand at all.
I think Mason could do a lot more aggression. The same,
Yeah,
the 2 big blind
absolutely.
bet on the turn.
100%. I think now he's just going to pile it in there, 500, 400, 500,000. Make it look like a bluff.
But at this level, King High's not calling the bluff.
No. 250-ish, 300? 2 1/4? 2 1/4.
And I like that Sung's not snap folding.
45.
I like that he's
45.
Yeah, I mean, I think you definitely don't want to just snap fold, and I mean that conveys information to your opponent.
That's the difference between the level I play at and the
Right.
level these guys play at. Where that stuff matters and they think about it.
Don't worry. They're just on the phone.
A lot of people would just call this TV time, but there really is more to it.
Juan, you're right. I would love to take down 41K. I think they'll be really happy with it. I think they're going to love that.
Can you get the waitress? Can I get a Coke?
You want steam or on ice?
On ice.
Now it's getting a little long in the tooth. Huh?
Yeah. I mean, maybe he is thinking about cold calling with a king high here. I mean, I don't think there's ever. I mean, what is he putting his opponent at? Is he putting his opponent on
7-8?
7-8 maybe? Miss open ended? I mean, or the ace of clubs, but
Ace
that doesn't
5.
work because you don't need that.
Gotta run. If I go, I have to run. You got time now.
I mean, what are you thinking if you're in Sung's position here?
I mean, he said you're on a different level.
You just don't understand. Maybe I would never understand.
Because honestly, that line looks the same to me as a top pair weak kicker line.
Sure.
Like a 10 king.
Sure. Wow.
Makes the call.
King high call. Just the nuts.
It's
Wow.
245 is an enticing bet for that hero call. It's still,
I guess so.
Hit it. See it open.
that was a fun hand to watch.
Yeah, I mean, not often you get to see somebody call in the river with king high.
Yeah.
It's different level of play than I can do.
Well, it really says a lot about what you think your opponent is capable of.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, man, you're supposed to be good.
And Dara comes back with sixes here.
No way, that one that I missed.
And Juan's still waiting for a good spot.
look at our chip counts. Caleb still with a commanding lead. Hasn't been involved much after we came back from break, but he doesn't need to be.
No,
You know?
but like for now.
For now, right.
You're right. This could switch pretty fast.
You know, one of the second place chips knocks one of the third or fourth or fifth place. You know, now they're pretty close to even.
Nobody's counting Juan out. Yeah, he's playing it pretty much as smart as he can. So we'll see how he does. He looks very comfortable.
Absolutely. Miss Caroline.
She is great.
She is phenomenal. I get a lot of massages from her.
Now, the real way to play poker is the massage with the plate of wings at the table.
Taking 2 minutes to act on every hand.
Maybe have your vape out.
Right.
Great table etiquette.
All right, looks like we've got a 10-8 of hearts and a mystery hand. Never mind. We just need the axe tracking to catch up here.
Oh, Bob's in this
There
one.
we are. Okay.
So to all the Bob fans out there,
Tattoo Bob. King, Queen offsuits. His favorite to win this hand. Not by much. Chris with a gut shot to the straight. And Tim high. Good enough to take it down. Another look at the payouts there. 41,000 smackers for the winner of this event. And the beautiful trophy.
I think my biggest tournament cash, live tournament cash now is right around 2,000.
All right.
Which was a 5th place at the 10K a couple days ago.
Okay.
Felt great.
Yeah, the triple stack, or no, the daily double.
Yeah. And then the only other cash I had was for a daily 10K here a year ago or something, and that was maybe $1,000.
Okay.
But we're getting there.
Yeah.
One of these days you'll see me at this final table.
Absolutely.
One of these days, years from now.
Oh, battle of ace-9 suited here. Caleb taking up 2 seats because he does not have enough room for all of his chips. He has to use 2 seats for him.
Negative 12 bullets into this one. I feel you, man. I feel you.
The least amount of bullets he's put in, he says.
Looks like Juan got out of the way, so ace-9 kind of stands.
All right. Caleb now starting his second chip stack.
No, but I like watching this because I get so itchy when I'm at right around 10, 12 big blinds that ace-9 suited starts to look like a push shove.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And
I
like-
mean, I don't think I'm not shoving. I mean, I think
Yeah.
I'm just in there.
So it really takes a lot to kind of pick that spot.
But, you know, if he loses, then he has to get up from having a massage.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe there's some...
This is also why, like, I'm so scared to order food to the table sometimes, especially during a tournament. I always ask them to leave it at the bar.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
Just because you could disappear in a moment's notice?
Exactly.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I need to look into those little buzzers they have at, like, Chili's.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, with tracker, like, Apple tags or something.
Yep.
You get so the servers can come track you down.
On the upside, the servers here are great.
Yes.
Very good at handling, like, a room full of degenerates.
Needy poker players. All right, Bob is going to raise it to 110,000 on the button. King 6 of clubs. And Dara 3 bets with the 2 sevens, and Bob takes no time folding.
We've seen a lot of these 7s and 6s coming up.
Good luck, everybody.
You think they'd do a tournament bomb pot every time the dealer changes?
I think that would have...
One hand to PLO.
That would not have great reviews, I don't think. I mean, it would be good for TV. but I think the players might be a little upset.
I think I would be a really great guest tournament director. You should get me on one of these. Here's the thing: if I win this like seminal $3 million or whatever, I'll come back and I'll host a 150K guarantee.
Okay.
But I get to come up with a structure.
All right.
It's gonna be the dumbest thing you've ever heard.
Okay.
I'm thinking 15-minute levels, round of each between hold and PLO, deuce to 7,
Oh my God.
and
Okay.
bomb pots on dealer changes, and then hold 'em high low.
Hold 'em high low. That's the,
Pineapple.
that's a pineapple. Hold 'em high. That's a game.
Telling you.
You know, I was talking about it at the mixed game the other night. I mean, I think honestly it would be terrible,
Oh yeah.
but
it would be terrible. Man.
you could definitely do it.
I mean, is it worse than a dealer's choice?
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, round of goldfish.
There we go. Now we're talking. Here we go.
Ace, king
That is
suited,
pretty.
king jack.
Blinds are up now. 25,000, 50,000 with a 50,000 big blind ante. If y'all are unfamiliar with the big blind ante format, the participant in the big blind pays the ante for everybody at the table.
Yeah, I didn't love that at first, but it actually is a really smooth way to do it.
It really is. Everybody ante is the old way of, you know, it's just so much extra work, and this is just easy, and if everybody does it the same, it just works.
Yeah.
All right, Caleb with a decision to make in the small blinds. Looks like we're getting a 3-bet. A large 3-bet, 350,000.
Christopher's gonna like seeing that.
Absolutely. 25 bigs left. I don't think he can shove here. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. When the guy you're up against has you covered by 4.
Right.
He does have room for a 4-bet, a little bit. You
Yeah.
don't see a lot of those.
Right.
And King 10, I think, probably folds.
I mean, there's no chance he's ever folding.
Re-raise. All in.
Yep.
He
all
does
in.
rip
Okay.
it, gets it in there. Caleb's going to be able to get away from that pretty easy, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was looking up here.
Oh, he didn't
Oh.
fold. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
My bad. No.
That's why you protect your cards.
Oh.
It looked like
It did.
A little over.
Fucking listen, you guys from law now.
Listen to me.
Okay, so Caleb's asking for a count here.
This is 875 here.
We know here it's a total of 1.4 million. Rightfully going to get out of the way. Nothing wrong with asking for a count there. Don't want to tell your opponent you're 3-betting light with King 10 offsuit. But right there, I think what Caleb's trying to do is use his stack, you know, put pressure on these short stacks, which he did. He put pressure on it. Just, you know, unfortunate for Caleb that he had nut no pair.
I mean, you know, Christopher has King Queen offsuit or something in that position. It's possible he gets rid of it.
Yeah.
You have just under 2 minutes remaining in your break.
Yeah, sorry about that. We just saw you drop it. Sorry about that.
Just good thing he didn't put his cards over there.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
All in.
All right, Juan's found a spot to get his remaining 9 bigs in. Queen, Jack of Diamonds.
It's a nice looking hand. I think
It
it's
surely is.
a good spot.
Chris with King 10 offsuit. Looks like he wants to let it go. Wants to know exactly how much he's risking. He does let it go. Of course, we know he was 57% to win that hand. He did not, clearly, at that point in time. All right, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 17% people have the exact same percentage of pre-flop raises at this final table. Nice, evenly balanced stats.
Yeah, I really don't want to see my stats. I don't want to know. It can't be good. I think my VPIP spells out donkey.
Just breaks the calculator and it's just...
King Jack suited.
We're coming back to 4, 8, 1200, Andy. Go ahead and shuffle up the deal.
And Sung comes along.
Oh, heads up.
Top, oh sorry, excuse me, middle pair for Sung. Gut shot straight draw for Dara. And 2 overs. Backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, this could get really interesting.
Absolutely.
It's not going to change much.
Not at all.
Except that backdoor flush is gone.
Yes.
Check that.
Off to the river. That is a board pairing a 3 of hearts.
Got to be feeling pretty good about it.
Sung Rivers a flush draw.
Check.
Action now back to Dara. Just gonna check down. Move on to the next one.
3 out in every hand we play.
King Jack.
Never fold your big blind.
I like how Caleb is sitting almost half the distance away from his chip stack now.
Yeah.
He doesn't even need to be there. He's got enough shuffling chips to play the rest of the table.
You know, a few more ships, he might be able to hire somebody to make his bets for him.
Never fold like.
I wonder if he'll sell me some of his action at this point.
I would probably guess not.
What about King 8?
I mean, I'm sure there's a number.
41,000.
What about King 7? What about King 7?
Ooh.
King 6?
And bombs off. Ace 10 offsuit's not good enough.
Way out of position, yeah.
And it's to the king. And it's to the king.
Do I want to answer that to just keep going or like want to stop here? You know?
110. Heads up, guys.
All right, Chris is going to come along with the King Jack offsuits. 7-7-3. That is, I think, what you call an action-killing flop.
Yep. Well,
And turn.
unless you're me.
Unless you're you, then that just smashes your range every time.
Yes.
That 120.
Everyone's playing such a narrow range that, like, outside of, unless you put your opponent on a set, I'm not sure what you expect them to get here. Or a pocket card, maybe.
Overs.
Overs is the only thing, right? And you have overs.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe aggress, I don't know.
Right.
Hammer, I'm right there with you. I gamble it all, for sure.
Can we upgrade to AirPods or something instead of this headset? I'm just wondering if it's no, I'm just saying. Are we there yet? Do you think we have the technology?
I thought it'd be cool if you were like clear green visors. Like everybody, uniform wise. Be cool. Nostalgic.
Raise 100.
Doesn't that 8-9 suited just look so beautiful?
I love that hand. I'll play that hand.
Looks like Sung is gonna raise it on the button to 100,000. We're gonna go head up to a flop now. 8-9 of clubs versus Ace-5 offsuits. Oh, okay. Well, just Ace-High flop, pretty decent.
A couple of good draws for Mason, though. Well, one good draw and then one, you know,
Backdoor.
backdoor.
You cannot make a straight flush this hand. 10 of clubs was folded. As you see in the top right-hand corner of your screen.
You're at the point when you need a straight flush to win. If you're
Speaking of that
flush draw's
backdoor
coming
draw,
in. There it is.
went from a few outs to 11.
200.
He's going to take the lead. Sung does have the ace of clubs. Man, the epic stare down between these two.
Yeah.
Every
It's
hand.
the same time, the same one. Yeah. At some point, I might not be so okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be some history here that I'm not aware of.
Makes the call.
Sung is going to be looking for not a club. That'll do. Oh, no,
Oh,
it
no.
won't.
Straight gets there.
Wow.
Yeah, Mason's just running.
Especially against Sung.
It's the stare down.
Yeah.
And he's still doing it.
The good news for Sung here is that any king makes Broadway, so
Yeah. Action kind of ends, I guess.
Show it. Show it. Come on. Show it.
And he's needling him a bit. Yeah, I was just going to say, it's been a pretty polite table.
except between the epic stare down, these two are in a hand together. But the game will go on.
Well, folks, it might go on for them, but it's not going on for me. I'm going to go find my way to a 4-8 table, some mixed games. Try to learn how to play that. It's been fun hanging out with y'all. Good luck to everybody. And I'll probably jump back in. I'll watch the stream, so I'll be in the comments section with you guys.
All right, bud. Thanks for joining us.
Good to see you, man.
Best of luck to you.
Good luck,
Enjoy
everyone.
yourself.
Huh? Maz? You?
Juan.
Juan? Nice to meet you.
They were saying yesterday you were on another level.
Yeah.
Badass.
Elite. That's why I don't get any offense about it, you know.
The table talk is phenomenal.
120.
Raise to 120.
It's just business. That's all it is. Just business. Good call. Usually the first one that bets wins this kind of stuff. Let you know.
That's okay.
You want to take it down, bet first.
Don't do that.
There it is.
Check.
Oh. feeling this pick, we're all gonna be on your level.
175.
175.
Good call.
It's a bad card for Dara in multiple ways. One, because he's up against 3 queens and drawing dead. 2, because it makes it that much less likely for his opponent to have a queen here, and he has second pair.
Bet 250. Call.
Dara is going to come along, drawing dead, unbeknownst to him. 3 of clubs on the river changes absolutely nothing. Dara's still checking. Mason is definitely going to be putting a bet in here. Question is how much. Mason is going to rip it in here. Dara is going to think about it. $1.3 million to call. More than half of Dara's stack to make this call. Wow, he makes the call. That is a massive double up for Mason here.
5-7 here.
On to hand number 40 of this final table. And a lot of folds thus far. Mason with the 6-5 of hearts in the cutoff. He'll be raising it up. 110,000. right, interesting. Mason's going to flop bottom pair of fives. Caleb's going to flop a queen high flush draw. Caleb now with a pair to go along with his flush draw. Pair is not better than Mason's pair of fives. Caleb's going to check out of position. Bet. 300,000 is the bet. Really putting the pressure on here.
What do you want to draw?
Try not to talk too much about it.
Deuce.
Like that.
This is a flush for Caleb now on the river. Queen high flush. First to act. He's checked every street first up to this point.
I just want Juan to be off board and give him more.
He's going to lead out now. Get snap called.
Four?
Yep.
There we go. Go. You sure?
Just kind of warn this player here in seat 4 to not talk about boards and you want to draw and stuff like that. While they're over.
Don't want to talk about that for the. Good catch.
Great ruling.
Good catch.
And he's gone.
What did he say?
He said, we don't want to talk about the hand while it's going on.
You just need to listen to him, not him. He definitely didn't say anything.
About complaint?
Yeah, you can't just say anything about your hands.
Oh, can't do that?
That's what he's supposed to tell you, but he just like mumble and laugh.
I'm just learning as we go.
Oh, I put that. I thought that was big.
Oh, you're not. Yeah, 1. Oh, okay. Did I stop here? So you got 1. I got 2.
Yeah, I got 1. I got 1, yeah.
All right, on to the next hand now. Hand number 41 of this final table. Blinds are 25,000, 50,000, 50,000. Big blind Annie.
Right? Nobody's heard me. That was a lot.
Man, you should have bet 700. You could have made more money, man.
I was hoping you raised.
Caleb now in the small blind with 2 jacks.
I'm learning.
All in.
Gonna go all in against the shorty. Juan not falling for it. Gonna wait for a better spot. Caleb's gonna take down another pot.
raise 110. How you doing?
I'll get over there in a little bit.
Is Chris killing him? Go. $125. Go.
We've got King Jack versus King 7, and the King in the window, 2 queens behind it.
Check.
About 27 big blinds effective here. Song
65.
gonna bet. It was a limp raise and a call pre-flop. He probably thinks his king is pretty good here. He needs an ace to chop. Ace or jack to chop. The 7, unfortunately, will be no good for him. Eight of clubs on the turn, bringing the flush draw in.
Check.
Chris going all the way passive so far this hand. So not looking like he wants to slow down is another bet.
115. 115.
It's 115 into 430,000.
I agree. I don't know what that is.
Chris with a little check for clubs there, maybe. Just a smooth call again here. We head to a river. Does not help Song. It's probably going to go check, check, I would guess here. Although it is blind versus blind. Chris only calling the whole way with the best hand.
I was looking at Reese behind you.
He's got to think his king is good here.
Huh? I was looking behind you, and then it was a weird. I wasn't staring at you for no reason for a while.
I don't think a bet will ever get Chris to fold his king jack. Sung's only hope to save the chips here is to find the check back. decent size bet. 380,000. Taking his time with this one, he's going to see how many chips he'd be left behind if he doesn't have the best hand. Losing to Ace Jack, I'm sorry, Ace King, or any Queen. Making the call, unfortunate for Sung here. Jack plays. And Chris takes down a large pot, putting him at 44 big blinds. We'll look at our payouts here.
All right, since we're on the live stream, I want to go ahead and look up the rule.
Yes, Sam.
It's Rule 67. No disclosure, one player to a hand. Players have responsibility to protect other players in the tournament at all times. You cannot discuss contents of a live or mucked hand, advise criticize play, or read a hand that hasn't been taken. One player to a hand is in effect. So by talking about the board, you might be giving information to another customer, and I violate that.
Agree.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At some point, I'll stop there.
Wow, he redeemed himself.
Talking about river. Oh, the river? Yeah. That's all. Thank you. Thank you.
Check.
I wasn't looking, but Juan just fucking hard.
I would have giggled if I farted. I wouldn't have had all the giggles in it. I had to look it up. Yeah.
And then walk away.
Cool.
Check.
Service. Bet 350.
Yes, we live. Yes, again. We gave you a hint. You lived there for a few years. If you're wrong, yes, again. For a few years? Yeah. Then you're wrong, yes. And then you're wrong again. Your third guess. Your fourth guess. What was your fourth guess?
Call. Call.
Final table, your blinds are up 30,000, 60,000. All right, these are 7 single draw players. Take them out. Blinds are 500,000, 1,500 Amy.
Oh, 1960 is a big deal house. Wait, somewhere to live. Oh.
1.1.
Levels.
You're bluffing with the best hand. So yeah.
Levels. Elite.
You're at 30 and 60 now.
Yeah. Okay, because it's not in all.
Giving you guys a free course here.
John. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just, I don't know.
Call.
Ball. Check. Good. 60. Fold.
Fun.
Call. Check. 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 Check.
Would be real honest.
Check. Check. Colin, I saw a thumbprint or something on the card that I'm holding here in the middle, and the light and the reflection, just so you know. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, I was Alright, yeah, come grab it, you're good. 125's the raise call. Full.
You're in my phone as the one.
That was so much.
Raise 150.
Fucking go. Chris, you could have got 2 points for entry for this player this series, not a 1. Alex, 2 points, yeah.
Check.
Sorry for the delay of commentary, guys. Fortunately, I am the tax man today, as well as your commentator. Here's a look at our chip counts there. Juan in serious need of some chips. Only 2% of the chips in play. 280,000. 4.5 big blinds about. Hey, Peyton, how you doing? Josh in the booth right now. Alex is playing the Deuce to 7 events. I let him play today instead of commentate because he's in contention for the mixed event player of the series. He has enough points to take first place should he do well in this event.
That dealer of the series locked up.
I think I got good eyes too. 3 minutes ago.
Dara, see what happens when you're not in? A beer bust. He needs your help over here. Oh no, Dara.
All right, Sung under the gun with Queen 10 offsuits. He's also pretty low in chips, just 14 big blinds. Gonna wait for a better spot. He's gonna get rid of that 6-4 offsuits. Everybody's gonna throw away all these trash hands. Caleb, 2 stacks.
135.
So many chips, he needs a separate stack for him. Gonna raise it up to 135,000. 10-9 offsuits. And he's gonna take down another uncontested pop and add to that chip lead. Here's a look at our payouts for this final table. 41,000 up top for first place. Action now back to the blinds. King 10 of clubs for Chris, and the small blind likely going to be putting in a raise here.
Damn.
All in.
Tally, we do live tournaments on YouTube fairly often. We do have tournaments every day here at Prime Poker. We definitely do these larger events, stream as many of them as we can. For sure, at least once a week we're in here streaming a final table. Dara waking up with King, Queen of Spades in the big blinds. Excuse me, under the gun +1, not in the big blinds. Gonna raise it up to 130,000.
All right.
Mason's gonna come along with ace-7 offsuits.
Check. Check.
10 of clubs on the turn, giving both players a straight draw. Dara open-ended.
Bet 225.
Mason with a gut shot to the straight that would be no good. Mason needs the board to stay the same. As it does, the deuce of spades on the river. Gonna give Mason the best hand. Check, check. Ace high is gonna win it. Christine, unfortunately, we can't see the trophy at this moment. It is away in a different area. It is beautiful, though. We will get it up here on the table before too long. Give everybody a look-see at that trophy.
$185.
185.
Mason's going to raise it up. Blind versus blind. 10-3 offsuits, 185,000. Takes it down. There's no look at our chip counts. Juan is down to about 3 big blinds. He is going to need to make something happen quick, fast, and in a hurry if he wants to remain in this tournament.
Same thing happened the other day. I told you the blind, the butt skipped over my blind.
Caleb waking up with ace king of hearts under the gun. He's going to raise it up to 135. Juan is going to get it all in. Ace 3 of clubs.
250?
Yes, 250.
Juan gets it all in for 250,000. Sung lets go of the 9-7 of hearts. Mason's going to come along with the deuces.
I did it now.
How much is that?
250.
60, 135. So
Yes.
I can't open it, huh?
Yeah, it is.
It's open?
Yeah, he raised 150,000.
It's open, right?
Caleb asking if the action is still open, if he can raise or not, as there is another opponent in this hand that is not all in. Caleb announces all in. Gets a quick fold from Mason. There you see it, ace king of hearts versus ace 3 of clubs. All in. Juan is at risk for his tournament life. Oh, deuce high flop. Mason would have flopped a set of deuces. Juan looking for a 4. Ooh, ace is not going to do it. That is going to do it for Juan.
Oh, yeah. I miscalculated that. Set of deuces.
GG's.
Set of deuces.
Who?
Pocket deuces.
7th place finisher is Juan.
Huh?
Take a look at what he is going home with today. 7th place is taking home $6,400.
You might just call just to get the guy out, but
With that elimination, everybody at this table has now locked up $7,620 guaranteed money.
I couldn't hear you. What you say?
That's not elite thinking.
Oh, I know.
He would
I know.
just call and
See, the
try
thing
to
is,
bust the guy.
it's perfection is very difficult. You know, I do admit that I make mistakes from time to time, just like that. That was one of them. But it didn't
All
cost me
right.
much, so.
Sung with 11 big blinds. Ace jack of clubs in the hijack.
Good race. Good race. I compliment you.
Going to raise it up to about 150,000.
125.
Excuse me, 125,000.
You know I was gonna fuck with you.
We're gonna make it 300.
300.
Prove it.
Mason is going to raise it up with ace king of diamonds to 300,000. Looks like everybody else is going to get out of the way, and action is now going to be back on Sung. With just 9 big blinds, all in and a call. Sung is going to need a jack or some clubs to remain in this tournament.
Keep him low, dealer. Good job.
Wow, 2 clubs for Sung. That's about as good as he can hope for here. Sung's going to need that club. It does not come. And that is going to do it for Sung. Sung is going to be our 6th place finisher here. $7,620 coming his way.
To the best of us, even to the elite.
We are losing them left and right now. And there's a look at the rest of the payouts. Everybody now guaranteed $9,200. Guaranteed money.
Good.
One more nickel.
Brian in the chat. Let's go, Bob, he says. How you doing, Brian? Thanks for tuning in and joining us here. Down to 5 players in this main event final table.
575.
Dara is all in for his tournament life with 2 10s. Caleb's going to let the ace-3 of diamonds go. Nobody has anything to call him with. Dar's going to get this one through, pick up some chips.
I told you had to chuck the whole scotch in the shirt. I was like, oh no.
I'm groovy, dude. I know charities in Chicago. I feel like 13 hours straight without breaks. These lights are horrendous. All in. Give a count.
725.
Yep. Call.
All right, Dar is all in and at risk with king at 10 offsuit up against ace 9 of diamonds. See, Dar is out to the top of the screen there, needs a king or a 10. Not going to get there. That is going to do it for Dara in 5th place. Going to take home $9,200. Now he's going to go back to the deuce to 7 no limit single draw tournament that he is also registered in. Nice showing by Dara here as always.
What Dara won?
No, that's what you guys are locked up at the moment.
Haven't looked really. I know it was a bunch of like 1K pages.
This is 11, 9, 7. Here, look.
No, I don't want to see it.
Good. Okay, good. Most dealers don't know, but pull that up on here. Play solitaire on it too. My raise 130.
Chris going to open it up here on the button with queen 10 offsuits. 130,000. Bob's going to let his 5 deuce go. Jess joining us in the Twitch chat. How are you doing? Thanks for hopping in. Sad I didn't get to see you this week. I do understand, though. We are four-handed at this final table. Participants are competing for first place of $41,000.
150. For re-raise. Got 560.
Got some action here. Mason opening it up to 150,000 on the button.
How much is that?
560.
560?
Yes, sir.
Caleb putting in the 3-bet to 560 with ace-6 of clubs. Mason has taken the chip lead in this event. 90 big blinds, or 5.4 million in chips now.
All right, buddy. I'll give you credit for a hand. Deuces. $160.
160. Twice, huh? That's fun. Figure it out. Figure it out.
Missed you?
No. You wish. 160. That's my favorite position in my obviously forget the cards. Oh, good. The second one. It's not missing. I know. I'm gonna do it twice. It's got to be.
I didn't say nothing but that.
No, yeah. Couldn't have happened to a better guy. Twice. It's not gonna happen. I assure you. Checks. I'd be making sure you get two as well. 160.
Caleb's going to bump it up to 160,000 with ace, jack, diamonds on the button.
Go ahead.
We get a call from Mason.
I like how loud he is.
Pretty excellent flop for Caleb here. The nut flush draw.
125.
Cool.
Yeah, it's definitely big. Oh. Here's the new We Didn't Start the Fire version that Fall Out Boy came out with. It's actually pretty good. It's like all the current music were like our last like 30 or 40 years.
Dangerous.
It's good.
Alright, I'll check it out.
Just out here plugging it in all the way on the stream. Let's go. Naperville, Illinois. Okay, 150.
Chris going to open things up with King 4 hearts to 150,000. On to the next hand.
550. It'll work out. Find out. I feel it would have worked, yeah. But I was like, you know, maybe you guys could duke it out. One of you guys could duke it out, right? Exactly. I don't want to do all the hard work. I gotta bust everything. Gotta do something. $160.
Raise.
Amazing. Going to open it up on the button to 160,000 with 2 5s here.
Call.
Caleb is coming along, defending the big blind with ace-10 offsuit. To a flop of 10 high. Good flop for Caleb, about as best as he can hope.
120.
120. Go. Check. Check.
6 of spades out there does complete a straight draw. It's a diamond draw on the board.
Check.
Jack of hearts on the river. Check, check. Caleb's going to get the good news and take this one down.
What's up, baby boy?
Good job, good job.
Who's going up here?
I came see when
You heard me.
beat up a couple guys.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, guys, we got a treat. A very special guest joining us in the booth. I'll let him introduce himself when he gets ready.
Yeah. All right, Kev, good luck, man. Thank you, thank you. Hit me up.
Both ears are covered, right?
All right, where are we at? What are we doing? What's
We are
going on?
Four-handed at this final table.
All right.
Playing for $41,000.
If you don't recognize this raspy-ass voice, I guess I introduce myself. I am Chris, the Bubble Boy Birchfield.
Thanks for joining us, Chris.
Absolutely. Give me an update on what's going on here. Who's got the chips? Who's doing what?
Caleb has had the chips the entire tournament. He built a
92 bigs?
massive chip lead early on. After that, Mason in the 4 seat has just been knocking players out left and right. I think he's eliminated three players at this final table.
All right,
and,
all right.
He's second in chips now. He was first for a while.
I see my dude Daniel Roebuck in the chat. What's up? All right, well, let's settle on in here. This tournament seems to be infinitely deep.
Infinitely.
All right. Well,
Structure too good.
I really hope y'all are strapped in, boys. Day 4 starts at what time tomorrow?
Oh, hopefully just right after midnight.
All right. Sounds good to me.
You got some premium hands here in this hand.
I like it, four-handed, mixing it up a little bit, blind versus blind. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because I just walked in here, but I'm assuming Caleb has been on the more aggressive side here, accumulating chips.
He actually got gifted the chips. There's a spot where he was supposed to double up, or he was supposed to chop. He had ace queen against our 9th place finisher's ace king.
Oh.
Flop came ace jack jack.
Okay.
Bet, call.
It's not good for the ace queen.
Right. Turn comes an ace, so they're chopping. They both have aces full of jacks. Very unlucky for the...
Queen on the river?
All in on the turn, and a queen on the river.
Hi-ya.
Gifted the chip lead immediately in the
Hi-ya.
tournament. And he's been able to use that to his advantage, putting pressure on the shorter stacks. And now we are here. Let's look at the VPIP. Mason in the lead with 33%.
You know what's amazing? You know what's amazing?
Yeah.
The name Mason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like Mason with a zing on it.
Yeah.
He lost all the hands that you won.
Well, no, he was
Look,
never
you got some
involved.
more love in the chat.
Oh my good. Hey, what's up, Dirty?
You haven't lost a single hand the entire night.
I would like to point out that I think this is the first time I've ever commentated on a table where, well, I don't want to be wrong. I got to see my guy over there in the corner. Are we 75% or 100%? We're 75% on glasses being worn at the final table.
I think we were. Yeah. Yeah.
We were all rocking the shades.
Yeah, Bob's definitely wearing shades. We're 75%. That is true.
Before already came over once because he made me call.
I respect it.
You said 160.
Battle of the blinds here. Chris is going to raise it up to 160, it sounds like.
All right, I guess I
Should
should
have called all day long because it's you.
All right, 30-66 here. I'm catching up, fam. I'm catching up.
All day long was the call.
Pretty disciplined fold with 80 bigs behind with the king of the big blind versus the small blind raise. Not going to lie to you.
There's a look at our chip counts.
Now, Bob may be down there in the chip count, but he's not down there in the heart department. That guy's got some heart.
Yes, he does. Bob is not a stranger to this final table at Prime. He has been here on multiple occasions. However, I don't think he's closed one out. He's definitely looking to do that.
He is definitely. He's got a little bit of an uphill road ahead of him, but nothing that man can't overcome. A couple more premiums coming.
170.
170.
The aggression on the short stack.
Yeah.
I do like it. They say Queen 7 is middle of the road here, but very disciplined fold by Bobo.
And the big blind, too.
It's really weird when you get in that 10 to 20 big blind range and you're short-handed and, you pick up a hand in the blind, someone raises into you, and you look at a hand that you just don't know what to do. And if you put it in there with the King 7 and you're right, you look like a genius, but if they ever have you beat, you just think about it the entire way home.
Torched.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Ace-9 and Ace-9. Chris is going to open it up under the gun, which is also the cutoff when you're four-handed.
This guy's good. Best in the business, ladies and gentlemen. Josh Atkins.
Oh my God, false start. Let's get a false start.
Is that?
That is Ray.
We can hear Ray
Yeah.
on the live mics 14 tables away.
30 minutes ago.
30 minutes ago.
Who was even playing tonight? Who was he?
Chargers, Jets.
No. It's not a game that he cares about.
Yeah. Just fantasy implications.
Right.
Does that mean in a little bit you're going to hear me talk about how the final table reduced the 70s to go nine-handed?
Oh, they were arguing that?
No, they asked, and I said it should be nine-handed.
Right.
But
I got asked by 4 different people and told them nine-handed every time. And they went and told the other person. And then the other person came and asked me, "Are you sure?" Yes. I even pulled up the rule on the first person and showed them. Nine-handed deuce to 7 that's tough to be a dealer at, but
it's going to be fun on the single draw game to have to reshuffle one out of every 10 hands.
Right. All right, Ace King for Mason here. Gonna open it up to 160,000. Caleb calls for 130,000. Looks like we're gonna get 3 players to this flop.
So a lot of times when you're more shallow, compared to the combined 210 big blinds in this pot, when you're more shallow and you pick up A7 versus are going to raise four-handed. Oh, did you not hear that?
I did. I heard that earlier, and I went out there and said, "What is happening?" And just got told, Go back in there. It's fine. Everybody's okay.
So I looked over and no one moved, and I was like, okay, everyone's okay. I might have made a joke about the last time there was a commotion in the kitchen that strong. I knew what happened.
Yeah. We'll save that for another time. Back to the sands.
So back to the sands. So normally when you're a little bit more shallow and you have the A7, you might be 3-betting here a lot, but you really, a lot of players typically, they get a little bit more timid about 3-betting so deep because they're worried about getting 4-bet, and then, you know, now are you priced in a call? Now you got to play a hand out of position in the small blind. So this is definitely going to go for a little bit of time. No one wants to give up a chip advantage. No one wants to lose a big pot. But I'm willing to bet that Caleb really, really wanted to 3-bet the hand free.
Yeah, I think Caleb can only win here with an ace, I believe. This is only out?
Well, a 9 to chop. I mean, let's be a
Yeah,
little
but that's
bit...
not really winning.
You
It's
only
just
have 3
not
outs to
losing.
win. A chop is a win, bro. Come on now.
He does get away. He's going to go to break. As are we. Going to take a quick 10-minute break. Erase off these red chips here. Your supervisor Adam going to come remove them from play.
I don't want to go up against you. You're too good for me. There's one guy I'll chop heads up with. It'll be you.
Cut away for just a second, guys. We will be back shortly. All right, we are back from that break. A little color up.
Well, I'll be expecting a raise here from Caleb, I'm sure.
210.
What is it, 210? Yeah. Seems legit.
210.
We are now at 5,100K, 100K.
They are getting up there.
And taking it down. So four-handed, you're going to see a lot of this, a lot of raise tickets. Every once in a while, now that we're getting a little bit shallower with, you know, the 200 bigs in play, you'll see some 3-bet folding and stuff like that. But all in all, there's going to be a lot of stagnance, maneuvering, and all that kind of stuff. What's up, Tiny? Paul, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for watching. Man, that Deuce 7 tournament's having fun, aren't they?
They sure are.
Oh, I think that was me yelling for Fireball. Not gonna lie to you. Might have found one or two of those.
Yeah, I think it was a fun tournament.
It was a very fun tournament.
No, I don't mind. I'll listen to it.
Bob is down here to the nitty-gritty with the 6 bigs, small blind limbs. I am a little bit shocked that we did not see a rip here from Bob. He just knew what was going to happen here, apparently. He does have 2 sets of eyelids and saw into the
And
future
sunglasses.
that he was going to flop 2 pair and have the queen high that's dead bet into it.
What just happened? He bet 80, and that's impossible.
So the last blind level was 60K, and I think our graphics are wrong because I didn't think he would skip the 80K level. So I think it is 80K big blind.
Okay.
Because I was going to say something because I know I met you, and there's
Yeah.
no way that we go from 60 to 100.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So we are playing 40, 80, 80. Graphics
Yeah.
are slightly off here. Look at that.
I did not want to ask, so those big blinds are a little bit off. If it was 50, 100, 100, then Bob definitely would have ripped his king 9 after the limb, for sure. So we're going to try and get that fixed here in a minute.
All right, Bob, that's 175,000 after the turn card. And he's going to take that one down. Queen High did not want to make any more investments into that pot.
And here we go with hand number 70.
It only took like 65 hands to get down to 4 players.
220. Raise. 220.
We need to make the structure a little better next time.
If you make it, well, hold on, define better. Do we saw the reversible camera? We can have all our viewers watch me punch you in the face.
Right there.
My guy. All right, there we go, 40, 80, 80. So now the blinds are accurate. Accurate?
Accurate. Grammar is not, but lines are accurate.
That is correct.
Bob is going to get it all in here.
And correctly, mind you, versus a button raise and a... Oh, he's a small blind, yes. But he gets a button raise, absolutely. We're just getting it in here.
10 big blinds more.
He has realized it's only 10 big blinds more, and let's see if he wants to gamble. I think this is more posturing than anything. He doesn't want to give up that he just raised the button with nothing, but he's not about to put in another million or 865 with the jack high.
And I don't think it's so much as him losing the 10 big blinds as it is giving his opponents 10 more big blinds.
Yeah, a little column A, a little column B. I think it's just posturing. I think he wants Bob to think that he's got a weak ace here, that he's making a standard button raise.
Yeah.
The inevitable fold.
There's a look at our chip counts. Caleb still in lead, 5.2 million. Bob with $1.5 million. Looking for more.
So do we have anything in the old tank for coming up here? Like, we got some things brainstorming around. Like, what are we?
Yeah,
you know,
we got some food in the oven.
Got some food in the oven. All right.
One thing I can release right now, because as soon as this final table's over, I have to go build the structure sheets for it. But starting this Wednesday, we're going to be doing mega satellites into our super satellites for the $10,400 buy-in WPT 40 million guaranteed prize pool at the Win this December in Las Vegas.
Well, let me tell you how excited I am that Prime Social in Houston, Texas is doing satellites for the WPT 10K 10,400.
Yes, like that price point is perfect, by the way. 10,400 compared to 10,000.
Yeah,
makes so much more sense.
For sure. You know, we whip off four extra bills, and then it's like, oh, you got 1,000 people. What's 1,000 times 10,000?
Right.
That's some easy math
Exactly.
we can do right there. Now, I don't know how many people know this, or if you know this, but Matt Savage is a good friend of mine, so he will be greatly appreciative that we are helping him out, get some extra people. Now, if you win a satellite seat, is it just the 10,400?
It is not. So we're going to give a whole package away.
Oh my God.
So, $800 buy-in is going to be the super satellites, and that will award a $13,000 package.
2,600 in travel?
2,600 in travel. So
what?
Really, realistically, it's probably 1,600 in travel and probably like 1,000 in blackjack.
Oh my God!
Expenses, because you know those expenses get crazy.
I mean, the Wynn has a very nice casino as well.
Exactly.
Not only is it one of the nicest poker rooms in all of Vegas, but one of the nicest casinos for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. So those we're gonna do $130 mega satellites for those starting this Wednesday. That will win you a seat into the $800 super satellite, in which we are giving away a $13,000 package for the Win 40 million guaranteed $10,400 buy-in this December.
Now, is it for each $800 one? Are we going to be able to guarantee a seat? Is that a thing? Or like,
what do you mean?
Like, we're going to run that $800.
Yeah.
Is there at least one seat guaranteed?
At least.
At least. Minimum.
Guaranteed at least one.
That's good.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Cannot wait, because I know a bunch of us are traveling out there.
Yeah. It just seems perfect.
It seems perfect. Meanwhile, we got 1.1 million in the middle with top full versus 8 high. Amazing. Hating that turn card for sure.
Chris is going to lead out, and immediately Mason lets the 8 high go.
Man, I really wanted to see a check there from Chris and see if Mason can bluff off like against an ace high or something like that. I don't blame him for trying to get some value against ace high, like by any means.
Yeah, so those tournaments are going to start this Wednesday. You can win your way into the $800 satellite for just $130. 7 p.m. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday nights.
And I cannot stress this enough. They did the $10,400 buy-in last year at the same time, and for a Vegas tournament. When it comes to staff, when it comes to structure, when it comes to comfortability, in Vegas, that was probably the best tournament I've ever played in my life.
Wow. And you've played a lot of tournaments.
Played a lot of tournaments. But that, I mean, hour levels on day 1, 2-hour levels on day 2, 4 starting days with 3 entries, and now a 40 million guarantee on this tournament. It's pretty incredible. And I would like to personally thank you, Josh, for thinking about Matt and the WPT guys and sending people out there. Because when you send people out there from here, you're only taking away from your business.
Yeah, exactly.
But you're helping them out.
Exactly.
You're making some dreams come true for some local guys that may not be able to get out there some other way.
Exactly.
So we appreciate your help in the community.
Absolutely. Love to do it. Heard about this idea from a good friend of the club, Mr. AC, Adrian Curry. He put it out there, said, man, somebody should do this. And I went to him when he came and played one of the tournaments, and I said, look, man, I'm your guy. Tell me what you're thinking about, and let's run it. So,
AC coming up with a satellite idea.
Imagine that. The king of satellites having an idea about satellites.
Absolute king of satellites. Absolute king of satellites. All right, back to the action here. We're about to roll out, like, was his hand 74 or something like that?
73.
Sorry, guys. I'm
Wishful
drinking.
thinking.
Wishful thinking is right.
Under the gun is Caleb with ace 5 of clubs. Going to open it up for, looks like, 210,000.
Incredibly strong hand, four-handed here. A suited wheel-based hand. Mason has to love looking down at 2 7s. Christopher here. Would not be shocked if we see a 3-bet here. We do see a call. There was only one wrong option, and that was folding.
What do you think we see here?
Honestly, they're so deep.
1 million?
All of them.
1 million.
Like I said, he's going to 3-bet to $1 million, just like I called. And Bob, easy fold. If Chris hadn't flatted behind, I don't know, $1 million's a big raise. I mean, we're looking at the, what is that, 12.5 big blind, 12.5 big raise there. We might have seen a flop if Chris wasn't behind, but I can't imagine. Well, I can't say I can't imagine. Ace-5 suited with a flatter in between. This is a super great squeeze spot for Mason if you wanted to take it. So you can't just be folding this 100% of the time. I have not been in the booth. I've only seen four-handed, so I don't know the history between these two, but this is definitely not an auto fold. It's definitely not an auto call, and it's definitely not a spot where you could very easily 4-bet rip here and put the pressure on him. Because this is a fairly large raise from 210 to $1 million. Normally your 3-bet range is going to be around the 600K, 700K range. This is a big raise. I think Christopher got in his way here from doing something a little bit too crazy.
Can't show bluff, can you? No. Can it?
When Chris says you can't show a bluff, means you should have turned over 1-7. 1-7 would have done it.
There's a look at the payouts there. Every player at this final table, this four-handed final table, is now guaranteed $11,930, but they are all competing for that top spot of $41,160. All right, we're going to move the button and pretend that hand never happened.
Yeah, let's just go on about our business.
Another look at the chip counts there. Mason climbing his way up the ladder. Just 500,000 less chips than Caleb with 5 million. Bob is at the bottom of the rung here with just 1.3 million.
Well,
but that is enough to make it happen.
Oh, not only that, but if you're dyslexic, he's tied in third with a 3.1.
Speaking of Bob,
175.
King 10 offsuit on the button, going to open it up to 175,000.
Very standard.
Call.
Well, let me recheck for Steven. It is a standard opening raise, but it's a little bit light unless you have plans to go with it no matter what the flop is with only 13 bigs behind.
Right.
So when you raise this type of hand, so here's where it gets tricky. You almost have to c-bet every single flop, right? But if you want your opponent to think that you have ace high to begin with, are you really betting 3 aces to
right
on the flop? So you may have to check back just to make it look like you want to have 3 aces here. So if this goes check on the turn by Caleb, I expect a very small bet from Bob to make it look like he has an ace.
Just like you said, he checks behind.
Absolutely nailing this action. Also, king high versus the small blind range here is normally pretty good.
Check.
He's going to be very pleased that he won that hand. I would have preferred to see a small bet on the turn.
I think we get the same results either way, but this way he has to show his cards.
I think so too, but it would really suck to lose to a hand like Queen 3 of Spades.
Right.
Something like that where they defend in the blinds and they make a random 3, a random pair of some sort. Possibly can get 2 deuces to fold out, things like that.
Right. Action back to the small blind. 7-5 of hearts for Chris. How do you play these hands? The suited connectors and the suited gappers when you're four-handed this deep.
Well, normally I put on my shades and I go all gas, no brakes.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't make it four-handed very often. No, I do like the race for the small blind. A lot of playability. Four-handed, taking the betting lead pre and post is very important. Like I'm willing to bet on that last hand, for instance, when you raised the king 10 versus the queen 10 and it came ace 4. If it just comes like, jack 7-3 or something like that, I think it would have gone check, bet, fold.
Right.
Bob has the betting lead still, and he can rep a bigger hand. But it gets a little bit tricky whenever it comes to ace, and you got to pretend like you have something and all that kind of stuff. Chris will be raising this hand on the button.
King Jack offsuit.
And depending on the sizing here, Mason's probably going to want to see a flop here on the small blind.
200.
Those suited gappers we were talking about.
We really haven't seen very many mint clicks, right? Like it's always 200, 210.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Which is completely different from early in the tournament. Early in the tournament, nobody would open for anything besides mint clicks.
I wonder if it's just because we're a little bit deeper now because we got to four-handed so quickly. Mm-hmm. So maybe they're just willing to price it up a little bit more because they're a little bit more deep.
Right. Bob is not going to put any chips in the pot with that. So we're going to go heads up to a flop of King 7-3.
I'm really hoping that Chris checks back in the spot. Oh, I love it. Yes, give him a chance to induce a little bluff here. I love that check back. And here comes the bluff.
Bet 250.
He
No matter-
was
no-
baited.
No matter what happens in this hand, Chris earns an extra 250,000 in this hand by checking back that flop.
Yeah.
And I believe we're going to see a flag here.
Call.
Attaboy. And again, I have not been here very long, so I don't know how bluffing Mason gets, but he knows that he cannot win by checking. So there, I mean, he could give up, or he could. Oh, he's giving Crystal up
Well,
down.
this has been epic. Every time he's been heads up with a player on the river like this, stares deep into their soul.
It's really hard whenever everyone's wearing glasses.
Exactly.
I like it.
Earlier, Sung was sitting directly to his right,
Mm-hmm.
and every hand they were in, just epic stare down, staring Sung while he's trying to make a decision.
Check.
Decides to give up, and Chris, I'm sure, will go for like a 350 sizing somewhere in that area. Awesome. Finally got one right.
Good.
Finally got one right. And that hand will be over.
Exactly 350. Didn't matter how much he bet, he was never getting.
No, of
any
course
more
not.
money.
I just proud that Christopher talks about Christopher.
Yeah.
That I'm glad that we play the hand the same way.
You got a Chris thing going on.
Mm-hmm. Only he spells this weird, like 98% of the Christophers in the world.
You ever think maybe it's the 2% that are weird?
Unique, sir.
Unique. Excuse me.
Unique New York. Unique New York. Ow, now, brown cow. Scotch. Michaela, if you're listening to the stream, I'm going to need another cocktail in the in the room.
Service to the live stream,
Service to the
please.
whole. Yes.
I do have a phone with phone numbers.
Anyways, Christopher under the gun picking up two Johnnies. I'm going to bet he does not raise here, and he's very disappointed in the fold. The Chris versus Mason stare down was real. That was pretty clutch.
Chris on the final table here, kind of giving me like pilot vibes. You know?
So I've known Chris for a very long time, and that is awesome. That's a great statement. That's fantastic.
220.
Caleb again with the King 10, and Chris picking up the King Queen. Definitely blind versus blind. We are not folding this hand. Chris electing to just flat out of the big blind with the King Queen. Again, one of these options where you can call or 3-bet. The only bad decision is to fold. Caleb flopping a gutter here. He's got the pre-flop leading aggression, and I don't blame him. King High here is going to be the best hand 8 a lot of the time. So I don't mind him leading out here at all. Chris is never going to fold with middle pair and backdoor, not flush draw. Big turn coming. Now, the rest of this hand is going to be dictated by Caleb's action here. If he checks, he's probably likely just going to give up. 2 flush draws on board. Only has a 10 of club blocker. But if he fires here on the turn, then he's going to fire the river.
Well,
if I had to guess. Yeah.
Has to.
Oh, I mean, yeah, no matter
I mean,
what.
you invested so much into it already. If you don't hit your out on the river, and the only way
Yeah.
you can win is to fire away.
So Caleb's either going to win it here, and if not, he's going to completely blast off the river, if I had to guess. And even though I've known Chris for a long time, we have not really discussed much poker, so I can't speak to what he's thinking right now. I don't know. It looks like he's reaching, so I don't know if it comes off a heart here, if he's going to rep that king of hearts. These look like calling chips. So if it comes a heart here, I think he's going to, if I were Chris, I would bomb river with that blocker and a pair. Yeah, you also got showdown value. Now if Caleb blasts off, Chris knows that he doesn't have enough flush.
Yeah.
Four-handed, not so important. A flush is a flush. But I cannot imagine Caleb not firing here.
What size do you like?
I'm going to guess 1.1.
Okay, well, before you see him cutting his chips out, what size do you go for had you played the hand the way he played it?
I don't know. It's so hard because there was 2.1 in the middle. Like, you don't, if you go like 80% pot, then it looks bluffy unless you've had that in your balancing range of being able to bet pot size bets and also have it versus bluffing versus not. If you bet less than 1.1, you look like you're begging for a call. So sometimes less is more when you're telling the story. Again, I don't know what Chris is thinking right here. All that Chris knows is that he does not have the nut flush.
Right.
So, I mean, it's a tough spot. Like, this isn't an auto call. If I were him, and I'm worried that he has an ace at all, damn the ICM, I might be raising here, you know, like, I know blockers aren't, like, so important in Hold'em as it is in PLO, but, I mean, you really have to not believe a story just a flat call here. Like, you got to think that he's got exactly King 10, 10 Jack, or King Jack. Those are the only hands that you beat.
Yeah.
I mean, he's cutting out some calling chips here. Calling is almost more impressive than it is to win by raising, because you really, really, really have to have him narrow down on a very exact hand. And if this was the 6 of clubs, I'm not sure if he could call here.
Tournament director right there.
I'll say this. When you're this long in the tank, you already got the chips out there. I don't think he's folding. No. I wish the camera was on Caleb right now. We know what Chris is going to look like. Caleb's
just sitting there with his hoodie covering his face.
He can't like this at all.
Yeah.
I'd also like to see what would be happening here if Chris had the ace of diamonds and the 3 of spades. He makes the call. What a call. What a call.
Good call.
As you can hear.
Good call.
That's Mason.
As you can hear Mason say, good call.
That's call. Good call.
That's a 4.3 million chip pot. I have to assume we have a new chip leader.
I would imagine so.
I was considering turning my hand to a bluff. Good thing you did it.
You heard Mason there say it was the King of Hearts that did it for you.
Well, did you hear Christopher? He said, I almost considered turning that hand into a bluff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like I said, it was almost more impressive that he flatted than he did not raising. That was pretty impressive.
And there is our new chip leader.
And a significant one, too, at that. I have to imagine so far that is a hand of the final table. Incredible call there.
He did it for you.
But the crazy part is Caleb still has 32 big blinds.
Yes, Josh, I know.
175.
Mason waking up with 2 tens. And this hand will be over before the flop, I'm sure.
Oh, definitely now. All in. All right, that's one way to play tens.
Well,
Landed.
I don't think so. This is going to be a lot of the same posturing that Mason did earlier. But I think that what Mason's doing here is, I wish we could have seen the way that that Caleb reacted to getting called there. I think maybe Mason just thinks that Caleb's just ready to steam it off.
Yeah.
I know nothing about Caleb whatsoever. I never played with him at all in this tournament. But maybe if he's got the ace-8 of spades here, he's just ready to go for it and forehand it, say YOLO.
Right.
Take a break for a few hours. We'll still be there. Let me do the dance. Do the hard work and me and you will chop up. Okay? Plenty of chips.
There's another look at the chip counts. Chris still in that top spot, 6 million. Bob is our short stack of the table, 1.4 million. That's still like 16 big blinds or something like that.
$175.
All right.
Hydrated, ready to go.
Hydrated, ready to go. This live stream is so entertaining that one of our servers, Michaela, was listening to the live stream and heard cocktails to the booth, and that's the kind of entertainment we have here at Prime Social.
Man, this has got to be like the 5th time.
Ace-9 versus Ace-9?
Yeah, it's got to be like the 5th time.
I'm not going to lie. I was about to ask if I blinked and I regressed in time.
Right.
Check.
Christine Cummings goes, "Go, Chris." Well, thank you. Like, I need all the support I can get in the booth. I appreciate your support. Like, this is my first time commentating, so I appreciate you cheering me on, Christine. Thank you so much.
Do you think there's ever any possibility that maybe she's talking about Chris on the final table?
Shh, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story, Joshua.
Wow, and a 9 comes on the river.
About to see who wants it more. I do love the check by Mason, by the way, because he wants to get he wants to check call a bluff. So I really do actually like that check by him. He doesn't want to call. He doesn't want to get raised if he bets. He doesn't. He's never folding to a bet, but sometimes they're going to bluff off the chips on the river. Worst 9.
Yeah.
Try and steal, whatever. I really like that check call.
Now, what about that bet from Caleb?
Oh, no, he's going for value.
Yeah, yeah.
He's going for value for sure. No. Everything was perfect there. Like, I mean, Mason should be check calling, and absolutely Caleb should be betting for value.
Pretty standard.
Yeah, no, all of that. That was a very standard, well-played hand by both players. James, the fan favorite is the one with the K, but the one that's going to win all the money, well, compared to me, is the one with the CH. But I will say this, and I don't want to out Josh too much, okay? Like, I should not be saying this to our viewers, but I'm getting paid in drinks, and the other Christopher is making at least $11,000. So really, who's the real winner here? It's obviously me. Because if you don't think I won't run this tab up to $12,000 in case he busts fourth, Josh has another thing coming. I'll sleep in this booth.
Yeah, so after like the 4th or 5th tournament that I ran, because my structures just last so long, I actually put a cot in here. So the commentators can just take a nap and switch off.
Well, Bob's got 15 bigs and 2 Johnnies.
200.
Those are hooks, Corpus Christi hooks.
And, so real quick, this is such a weird spot with 2 jacks because when you have 15 bigs, no matter how short you are, like how many-handed you are, when you have 15 bigs, when you see someone min raise, it's just all the alarm bells are going off, right?
Right.
So,
and what's the issue with just ripping it?
There isn't. Like, if you had 12 and a half bigs, it might be a rip. For the average player, now, like, I've known Bob for nearly half my life at this point, and this dude's a grinder, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he can get down to 9 bigs and pick up 2 jacks and still min click it and try to get all the value that he can.
Yeah.
That being said, I don't know if any of these other guys have met Bob before this tournament. So,
right.
For the average player to see this guy min click off of 15 bigs four-handed, it might set up alarm bells. It might not. It. Couple powerhouses in the blinds. These are the who wants it more situation. When it wasn't a snap fold,
210.
Chris was definitely going to be raising. And I do like the fact that after he took the chip lead, he's ready to. He just showed him the jack
Chris has
four.
to show.
Come
He
on,
has
show,
to show.
show, Chris, show it, show. It's good for the game. I do like the fact that Chris is getting more aggressive.
Yeah.
With the chip lead.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, for
Interesting.
all of this tournament, every time I've ever seen Chris, he's just patiently awaiting, finding the right spots, making the right moves.
Yeah. I've known him for a very long time. He's always been that way. The guy that you think should dress up like an airline pilot for Halloween. Now, earlier in these blind versus blinds, I was going to say Mason raised and showed some aggression against Bob. Bob folded a king high. He's going to likely fold this. Yeah. And you know what? I 100% respect and love the grind that Bob has. But there's absolutely, at this point, if Chris folds a button and Mason's in the small blind, I don't know if I'd be looking at my cards and just not raising and just play the don't. Like you min click it, he either folds. If he shows resistance, you look at your hand and figure out if we're going with it. Right.
Emulate, right?
All right, chip leader showing some more aggression. I like it. A lot of times you just got to play the don't. Just expect them to have nothing. I remember one time I had 72 bigs three-handed. That was all, or four-handed, excuse me. That was also a 8-handed tournament, and we had 2 tables. 6, 9, 10 flop. A whole lot of nothing for anybody. Another one of these situations of who wants it more.
Okay.
interesting lead here by Caleb against a pre-flop aggressor. And interesting fold after Chris had said that he would he almost turned his last hand into a bluff. Most of the time, four-handed, you're not going to see a whole lot of flatting pre with an ace in your hand. And when an ace does come on the turn, you have all the more reason to represent that you have that ace. So, again, this could be a little bit more just protecting chip lead. It could be some ICM implications, Bob being down to 1.2 million. I think this is more of a situation where no one really wants to misstep. So, at this point in the tournament, as long as Bob is still in and short, it might be a battle of who wants to be the most aggressive person to get all the chips.
That's up.
And Chris with the flat here. It does. I must have missed the blind jack. We are up to 100K. I think this might be the first hand of it. And life is good for Mason, who raised it with the 7-10 of diamonds and flopped Chris stone dead to runner. And this is going to work out really well for him because we can't be folding top pair four-handed. Now, Mason hates that card.
Check.
And he snap checks back. So, Chris is going to go to... Chris is probably going to check because he has showdown value. I don't think he's going to bluff. I'm very glad that Mason's betting here. Realizing that it's very unlikely that Chris has a diamond in his hand after going check. So... Mason kind of realized where Chris was in the hand, and this is a very good bet, and he's going to get called. Mason played that hand very well, including the part where he raised it with a 7-10 of diamonds and flopped the flush. Obviously, that's the skillful part of this game. For those of you that could not catch my sarcasm, I'll let you know that it was. But he did play the hand very well. I'm glad I stopped talking for 14 seconds to hear Bob say that. Bob letting the table know he's got him right where he wants him, my man. I do like the overall aggression from Christopher that he's showing with the chip lead for the most part. Every once in a while, when a big hand in the small blind, I wouldn't mind seeing a limp just to try to induce a raise. But again, they're both so deep. I mean, now they're basically tied in chips at this point. But as far as I've been in the booth, I've seen very little trappy scenarios. A lot of very forward, just raise when you have it type of plays.
All right, Chris on the button here with King 5 offsuits. He's been showing more aggression lately.
200.
He's going to continue to do so here. Mid click to 200. Mason's going to get rid of that 10-5 suited. And Bob, let it go. There's a look at the pre-flop raise percentages by the final 4 players. And here we are on hand number 90 of this final table. Chris with the ace-8 offsuit, going to bump it up to 250,000. Mason going to get rid of the 9-3 offsuit. And Bob is going to look down at queen 10 and immediately muck it. Not even a thought. And after completion of hand number 90, you guessed it, we're going to start hand number 91. There's a look at the chip counts. 5.8 million for Chris. Just 950,000. Or 7% of chips in play for Bob. Here's a quick look at the payouts. Everybody is guaranteed $11,930. But they are all holding out for that top prize of $41,160. Caleb's going to raise with the Jack 10 out of the small blind to 250,000. He's going to take this one down. Like Chris was saying earlier, just bet on the don't sometimes. Four-handed, you're not going to run into a lot of strong hands. You got the position, you got the chips. Raise it up a little bit. A lot of times everybody's just going to fold to you.
I think there's some cigarettes over there, though.
Don't do that. Sorry. I'm way past my bedtime. You guys not about it. Come on, one time. He's stubborn.
$250.
Chris is continuing to put pressure here. Raise to 250,000 with Jack 8s.
Call.
That's up.
Mason going to come along for the ride. We're going to see 3. Queen 4-7, 2 spades. Nothing for nobody.
Check. Check.
The 10 of spades on the turn is going to give both players a straight draw. He's going to give Mason a flush draw and top pair. And Chris is firing out, looks like 350,000.
Yeah. He doesn't poop.
My man don't pee or poop.
Mason does make the call. The 5 of spades on the river is going to give him a flush. Let's see if Chris continues the aggression here. Oh, a big bet. 1 million. That is almost a pot-sized bet here.
You spent the pot on it?
Mason wants to take a look at what's in the pot. About 1.2 million in there. Mason really going into the tank here, thinking about this one. Chris is really putting on a lot of pressure with this pot-sized bet here. If Mason can find the button, he does have the best hand and would win this pot. But if he's wrong, we're to lose this pot.
Ooh, catch me up. What's going on here?
So Chris has taken a very strong line here with Jack High. He's bet raised pre-flop. Check on the flop. Chris bleeds out for 350 on the turn. Mason calls. The river comes a 4-liner to the spades, and Chris leads out for $1 million now, which is about a pot-sized bet.
Yeah.
Big hand.
I like the aggression. I've always said this: aggression wins tournaments. It can backfire. There's no doubt about that. But
well, he had the calling chips out here, and now he's put them back.
Did we already get the Mason stare down?
We did on the turn.
Okay.
River came out. And Chris
so here it comes. Oh, I called it, man. God bless. Sometimes you're in the zone in the booth. Oh, there it is.
Hands up, can't get a read, can't figure it out. And that might be what just gets him to put these chips in here and make the call. He just can't figure it out. You know, sometimes it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't make sense.
Sometimes it doesn't make sense, and sometimes you may go home broke, but you won't go home curious.
That is right.
I mean, that is a thing.
I'm surprised nobody's called the clock yet. I mean,
this is taking a minute?
This has probably been 5 minutes.
Oh, no, shoot. I really did. I don't know why. You said 5 minutes on the river?
Yeah, I think so.
Like legit 5 minutes?
Legit. That's what it's been a very long time. He's apologized. He's apologized twice for taking so long.
I mean, I do. You know what? I'm one of the few that will actually appreciate no one else calling the clock. Like, it's a big spot. And
why'd you bet so big if you have the nuts? He says.
I'll be honest with you. I abandoned you for like 10 minutes, and I've missed one hand. What have you been doing to fill the time? If the entire chat hasn't left yet, you're doing
know.
okay.
We still have about 100 watching. I've been trying to figure out how many different ways I can give some insight to what's going on in Mason's head here, but...
All right, so I will say this. Like, I don't know what's going on through Mason's head, but I will say that the check on the flop, if Mason makes a call, it will be because Chris checked the flop. A lot of times people think that when you bet all 3 streets, you can't really have anything unless you're completely bladed. But, I mean, what can we have here if you're Christopher? He goes check on the flop.
I mean,
could you lead?
Had the ace of spades, ace.
Yeah, well, what was the pre-flop action? I missed it.
Chris raised to 250.
Okay, so an ace is definitely in play. But also, are you just checking ace high in blind versus blind here?
Yeah.
Like most ace highs, no matter what the suit is, they're going to lead flop too. Just take it down.
I mean, if he has ace queen, does he ace queen with the ace of spades? Does he check?
Yeah,
Does
if
he
your
check the
hand is
flop?
that bladed, absolutely. And also, if any queen of spades,
Right.
like if it's just queen of spades, deuce of hearts, like you can check top pair trying to deuce a bluff, a hand that you're never going to fold. If I had to guess, he's going to end up putting in the call here.
Jack with a king of spades. King Jack with a king of spades. Or King Jack with a jack of spades.
So the reason why he's calling out those hands is what could he have raised free that would have equity enough to bluff turn with the king high and then make a spade on the river. So he's going through all the scenarios of the draws of king highs, maybe some ace highs. He's going to fold it. Wow.
He calls out king jack. That's what he said.
Damn, I should have caught the clock fucking 10 minutes ago. I was gonna see if you wanted to flip for it.
He showed the oh my god!
I learned this.
Wow.
Oh my god! I came back in the booth at the right time.
Pull your phone out.
Your intuition is right.
Wow.
I mean, yes, there are 4 hands that beat him.
Yeah.
I respect the fold. Like, I mean, Mason just, from what I just saw for the last 90 seconds, he literally ran through every scenario of every equity spot that Chris could be taking on the turn by betting the turn, checking flop. He went with his read, and even though it was wrong, I respect the fold.
Yeah. Can't beat this guy.
The only thing I don't like about that hand is that Mason showed the 9 of spades and then folded.
Yeah.
But the person that likes to watch the world burn inside me, I'm glad that Christopher showed the jack of hearts and the 8 of clubs, or whatever it was. I love chaos. You show those hands praying that you get 2 aces in the next hand so you can raise it, and you get 3-bet, 4-bet out of the blinds.
Always encouraged. I'll do it next time. No. You done for the day off?
Check.
What's up, Chris? I'm glad you're doing good. I'm glad you're doing great with my chips.
Oh, there's Dirty John in the background, if you can't tell who that is.
The voice heard around the world.
Voice heard around the world. Bob totally handcuffed here in the big blind with only 7 bigs. He can't misclick. If he goes for it and is wrong, the tournament's over for him. So
I saw a little slimmer of it.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm fine.
You have all the pictures. You have all the tools. Pop that up. I saw a little bit of it. Like, man, his heart's still pumping this long. He might be bluffing. It was hard to see. It was hard to see. I like the way you play, man. I'm a fan of yours.
We got Mason telling Chris he likes the way he plays. He's a fan. Is that a that like a backhanded compliment or?
No, actually, I think it's genuine. I mean, he got Mason to take his sunglasses off indoors and put them on top of his head. So, you know, I mean, that's gotta. If I know anything about the sunglasses game, it's got to be a sign of respect as they go back on now.
Okay.
Like, God damn, we just heard him pull this shit.
You really ought to turn down the lights in there so that they, you know, can be more comfortable. Like.
Yeah, but then the viewers wouldn't be able to see.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
That's why it was a good bet.
You got me.
That's right. If you had bet like 300 or 400,
Just look at the chip counts there. Bob with just 700,000. That is 7 big blinds.
7 bigs and a dream.
And I pride myself on making good calls. But you know, if you add up all your hero calls ever, you're not.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't get enough of Mason just staring at Chris right now, still talking about that hand, and Chris just looking away, being like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Just being honest with themselves, 100%
Bob is going to get it in. King 7 offsuit.
For 6 bigs, and I would be genuinely shocked if Caleb folds his hand. Man, I know he only has 24 bigs. I mean, Bob's range is so wide open here. Man, he looks like he's gonna fold, and I really genuinely can't believe it.
Wow.
I mean, that is...
Chris is behind, that's why.
I'm so
Okay.
sorry. I thought
Yeah.
he was a big blind.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought a small blind, big blind. My apologies, Chad. Excuse me.
We don't see Chris's cards right now. We'll get caught up here in just a second, I think.
My apologies.
There we
for
go.
that
There's
one.
Chris's card. Oh, he. I think he calls here for sure.
I mean... Do you really want to give the tightest player at the table more chips?
I mean, a suited face card, four-handed. I mean, isn't
I'm
that-
not
isn't
saying
that
it's
a
a.
call?
I'm not saying it's a bad call. I don't know what I would do. I genuinely don't.
But that is, yeah.
I mean, there's some merit to keeping someone like Bob short instead of doubling him up. Very little times is queen high going to be the best team.
Yeah.
So you just have to ask yourself, would you rather take a 60-40 shot and get to three-handed, or would you rather let him have 10 bigs and have to keep battling? I really don't think there's a right or wrong answer here. I mean, this is definitely a tough spot. Sure, all the 9-10 suiteds are in play here, but I mean, I can't imagine anyone has seen Bob get out of line face up so far.
Yeah.
And if he has a queen, if he has any queen in his hand, he's probably still jamming and has Chris crushed.
Be a fool making this. Lay down. With only a few big blinds, but I'll do that.
Oh, he does fold.
Got a suited queen. I know.
Did you say you had me? Bob says you had me. Oh, he showed the king. Okay.
He showed Caleb the king. He didn't show Chris the king.
He goes, "Oh, you got me." Oh man, my guy.
Yeah, it's a call. It's a call.
Bring it again. I'm 3 cards. I'm pretty sure it is, but I tried to.
All right, we're gonna pretend that hand never happened.
Didn't even see what happened.
Yeah, it's just a little small, minor misdeal.
You're supposed to back me up. Everyone else would believe this.
Oh, I thought you were serious.
King what? King 10 suited level.
Let's see who had the volume up. I was.
Remember that, Bob.
All right, I think we should set a line over under for what time this tournament ends.
All right, but if that's the case, you're going to have to tell me if I won tomorrow. Because I don't know if I'll be here. Because the line I'm going to set,
Here we go.
viewers might not be hearing my voice at the end of this tournament.
Ace, deuce of clubs for Chris in the small blind. Definitely raising. You gonna show a deuce? Did he show a deuce? Oh, he showed
Show the ace, man. He needs a little bit of credibility back after that Jack 8.
Yeah, this is true. This is true.
He also went 3x there in the blinds earlier. It was like 2.2, 2.4.
Yeah.
You know, something to keep track of. This is one of the main reasons why you should always be paying attention to the hands that you're not in,
right,
versus just the hands that you are in. Sizings matter, tendencies matter, the way they look at their cards matter. All these things are really important to survival in a poker tournament. Again, I'm enjoying the aggressiveness from the chip leader.
Yeah.
And also, like, Mason always being in the small blind with the short stack behind him, he's kind of handcuffed until Bob doubles or busts. If Bob doubles, then Mason can open up more. But there's so much ICM implications here that he can't get too out of line with Christopher and let Bob catch a $6,000 pay jump. What is that? $5,400 pay jump.
Yeah. That's quick math.
Thank you. I don't know how I did that, to be honest with you. I don't have a sheet or anything in front of me. Like, I mean, if that's accurate, then
right.
Was that right?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Michaela, if you're listening, you need more kicks to the stream booth, please.
Service
to the stream booth. Bob is never not jamming here. Oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
And Caleb is never not snapping. Bad news for Bob.
Bobo needs one of the last 3 kings or all the diamonds.
We got a diamond.
Do we have a diamond on the turn for a sweat? We do have a sweat. Oh my god. Diamond! Red 7, not the diamond. Completely unavoidable way to be eliminated. And that is Robert's Coates, finishing at 4th place for $11,930. This guy grinded his ass off four-handed. I got in here four-handed, right? How long have I been in this booth?
Yes.
2 hours?
Yeah.
He never had above 15 bigs.
I wish you had like another king.
And I told y'all that's the kind of player that he is. So congratulations for really grinding it out.
There's a look at the payouts there. He is taking home $11,930. The 3 remaining players have now guaranteed themselves $17,360.
So we will see now. Well, not now, but eventually we're going to see what the chip stack look like, what the ICM implications look like.
Anytime I'm talking, it's here. It's you guys for the most part, like 90% of the time.
Let's see, we got 31 bigs, 41 bigs, and we'll see, and 63 bigs.
Oh, wow.
So
big hands
again,
here.
we still have 130 fucking bigs in this tournament. Sorry. If you can't tell, I'm going to kill Josh. But if you can't tell, this is a very good tournament. You know who would love... Never mind.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
You want to hear it?
I want to hear it.
You know who would love this tournament?
Yeah.
Alan Kessler, who shitted all over this tournament for some posts that were made about a tournament that did overlay by $1 gazillion. So I'm really hoping that Alan Chainsaw Kessler is listening to this right now. You could have 100 and gazillion big blinds in this tournament that overlaid. Thanks
Not
for the free
only-
publicity, because everyone knows you're wrong 100% of the time. Thank you.
Not only
God bless
the free money and overlay, but an amazing structure to compete for it as well.
Oh my God! Imagine complaining about that. I hope no one from Run gets listening. I don't want to get canceled. Michaela, I need drinks now.
800 all in.
Oh wow, okay.
So far, all this is standard.
Show it. King, queen, clubs.
Oh man, he got very close to it.
Yeah.
Just show it. See you later.
Mason said, "Why don't you just show it?" Caleb said, "You see it later."
King, jack, club. Okay, I'll give it to you. King, jack.
Flush it on.
Yeah, with a king.
No pair.
So anyways, we're down to the final three. 17,000 and change for third. Caleb's definitely going to be raising here.
215, 215.
Oh, Peyton wants some updates on the Deuce to 7 tournament. Let me go get some.
Go for it. While he's out of the booth, we'll go and reiterate some things that are going on here at Prime over the next couple of weeks. There are going to be some $130 satellites,
Single big blind like 2 hours.
almost like a steps satellite tournament to get into an $800 buy-in, and that $800 buy-in will get you a $13,000 package to the Win December tournament that starts on December 12th. It is a $10,400 buy-in with $2,600 in travel packages. And we're going to pretend like that 3 of hearts did not just turn over as we continue to talk about the fact that Prime here is going to be helping out all the local players that may not be able to afford such a buy-in, and they can go out to Vegas and compete in what might be, it already is the second best tournament of the year, but it's going to continue to be one of the most prestigious tournaments of the year. So that starts on December 12th. It is a $10,400 buy-in with 4 day 1 flights, re-entries, hour-long blind levels on day 1, 2 hours from there on out day 2, and at the beautiful Win Poker Room that is going to be the premier tournament of the year. So if you want to play one of the best tournaments of the year, we'll get the schedule out for these $130 satellites that will get you to a different satellite, and then that satellite will get you into the big tournament of the year. So, Josh always out here trying to do what's right for the poker community as a whole, not just in Houston. So we're very excited to be doing that for the Houston poker community. And as we see the graphics for the pre-flop raising at this point, they all are doing about an equal amount of it.
So right now it's 554. Make it easy.
Hand number 102 going out. Mason on the button should be raising, and he is.
And you got about 4.
And we're going to see 2 pretty quick folds here. And move on to 103, I have to imagine. I am so glad that I am wrong. Let's go, Chris. Now, I would prefer a lot of... We have not seen a whole lot of 3-betting pre-flop when it comes to 4 and 3-handed here. I would prefer to see a whole lot more of that. but the fact that we're defending here with the deuce 4 and mixing up a little bit, maybe trying to take a little bit goofy lines and things like that, I do appreciate. He flopped a wheel draw, and the bet is, well, what was the bet here? 200,000. If you're going to defend with the deuce 4 and you flop a wheel draw, I don't think we're going to be folding very often. Like, I don't know what we're trying to make. Again, before the flop, I would prefer a check raise, or not a check raise, a 3-bet. After the flop, if we're going to defend, I prefer a check raise. But again, they're so deep, no one wants to make a mistake. So now we have a gutter ball for Mason, and this is going to be the end of the hand, yeah. I don't mind Chris defending, but I really wish that we would have seen a 3-bet there, mixed in every once in a while. I can't recall a time where there's been a 3-bet where someone just had nothing. It is really, really, really hard to win a tournament whenever you just play super, super ABC. I would like to see these guys mix it up a little bit, but also it is refreshing to not see someone putt and get out of line. So,
Well, I am back, and I have updates on the deuce 7.
Oh, let's hear it.
We are now 7-handed from our 9-handed final table. Alex Optional has been eliminated. He is no longer in the field. He cannot win the mixed event player of the series.
Yeah, seriously, huh?
There are still some contenders out there who are fighting for that first place spot.
Why don't you go and tell the viewers what that was, because I wasn't here. I was traveling.
Yeah, you got like 2 points for your entry.
Oh, you got points for entry in this thing?
Yeah.
So if I didn't go to Kansas City,
you would have won just off of that.
God, I've proven it.
So the main thing that that the players are going to be winning is a beautiful crystal trophy.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. So we did get an open here from Chris from the small blind, which I like. I've just spoke the 3-bet into existence that we haven't seen yet, but he actually has it. And we got the amazing Mason stare down here going. And in the middle of it, he goes, well, come on, let's do it.
Oh, okay. And we're doing it. Good call. Mason says good call.
You know what? I think the time change is affecting everybody. I promise we're on a delay and they cannot hear what I'm saying right now. Like, I did not speak this into existence.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, my God. Wait. What just happened?
Mason ripped.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Chris checked.
Right.
Well, I heard all in.
Yeah.
And I thought that it was so quick.
Yeah.
It was so quick that I
There's
thought
no way Chris had time
in.
to act first, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I thought the top sushi mark was the button. Like, I didn't know what the hell was going on there. I just heard all in so quick. I'll be honest, I don't know what Chris is thinking about here. I think it's a lot of posturing. We're not going to put in with the dry 7 of diamonds.
Shows the jack of clubs.
Not nice. I had a big hand.
Chris said that's not nice.
Chris said that's not nice after he showed him the jack 8 off earlier.
There's a look at the payouts there. Everybody's locked up over 17,000 smackers.
Peyton, I'm telling you right now, even though it's only 10:45, I feel like it's 14 p.m. o'clock.
So when you say 14 o'clock, you don't need to say p.m.
Yes, you do, because that would be 2 a.m. But no, I mean 14 p.m. It's 8 to 6 o'clock somewhere right
8
now.
8 to 6 o'clock?
Yes. This, do you know why daylight saving time was invented?
Yeah, so farmers could have more daylight time.
Yes, exactly. And you know what? There's like 4 of them left. So why the fuck are we still doing it?
So, as somebody who grew up on a farm and has a lot of family in farming.
Look, if you're going to be all logical about this, I don't want to talk about it, okay? Just let me be pissed off that I can't tee off at 2 p.m. anymore.
Well, if you go to a place like Arizona, they don't do daylight savings. They outlawed that.
You know what? Arizona was pretty cool. I ain't gonna lie to you. That was a pretty cool spot.
How hot was it?
Not at all. It
Really?
was gorgeous. No,
Really? Just beautiful. Perfect.
Yeah. Oh, it was perfect. No. Like, it moved up on my... Oh, sorry, Peyton.
Thank you, Peyton.
I-
Somebody's got to look out for the small guys.
Yeet! Sorry. Well, if you're one of the 4 farmers left, then I apologize. I didn't know y'all had Wi-Fi out there, to be honest with you.
All right, Caleb is going to come along with 2 5s. Mason raised it to 250,000 with king 5 offsuit. Action now back to Chris with the ace due of clubs.
So, I would have preferred a 3-bet out of Caleb, and I really would prefer a 3-bet out of Christopher. So naturally, we're going to see the flop 3 anyways, and no raises.
Oh, okay. That'll do it.
Well, I mean, Chris obviously did not like his hand enough pre-flop to 3-bet, so he's not going to fold, but he's obviously not just going to just start bombing away here. Mason with the pre-flop lead is going to represent all of his range here. Like, he has to bet.
How much? 300?
Check.
Whoa, he checked.
You know,
just like we said.
Just like I pointed out
Oh.
that he has to do, he checks behind.
That turn card is
It's very good for Chris.
very good.
And after, all right. So if I'm in Chris's shoes, I either think Mason has all of it or nothing. I obviously do not mind a bet here on the turn because his hand's so incredibly strong. But I also wouldn't mind check trapping the button raiser that would have to like slow c-bet this turn card.
Yeah.
He's obviously folded. This hand's over. But sometimes you have to give your opponent a chance to bluff off some chips.
Yeah. Well, I mean, especially given, I think it checks around to Mason on the flop. And it checks to him on the turn. I mean, he has to bet then, right?
Right, exactly. A delayed c-bet for sure. So I don't blame Chris for betting because this hand's so incredibly strong. But sometimes you got to realize that the button's going to have nothing. The only way they can win the hand is if they bluff.
Yeah.
Was that giving you bracelet? Oh, no.
We'll chalk that up to that hand into me not knowing what anybody was going to do at all. I was 0 for 7 in that hand. 2 5s did not 3-bet. The ace deuce did not 3-bet. The king 5 did not c-bet. Chris did not check call turn. That was a good one. That was a good one for Chris in the booth.
Yeah. We have a superior data analysis team back here that
120.
just tells us everything that's going to happen.
Yes,
They're never
obviously.
wrong.
Obviously. It's pretty amazing because like one hand I got every single thing right, and then every other one I got every single thing wrong. It's pretty spectacular.
Wow. Chip counts have flatlined.
Man, imagine if they just ICM this.
I think the chances of that happening,
about 0.0.
yeah, pretty close.
All right.
Maybe less than that, a little bit.
It's hard to do, but I can see it here.
$300.
Standard.
Should
Maybe we
queen
should wait to
standard?
comment on things until after they do it.
No,
So we
no,
can
no.
just
I want
agree.
the world to know how bad I am.
Check.
It's also a reflection on you that you asked me to come back here.
300.
Really good turn card for Mason. That turns top pair versus now with second up flush draw. And I really, really, really like this raise by Caleb for 2 reasons. He can set up a river bluff, or he built a pot for when he makes a hand. So, and he can just win it right here. Mason should be representing all kings here. And now Caleb has a chance to win a very big pot if he makes a hand, or win a bigger pot if he can bluff. when Mason checks here, Caleb's going. Oh my God, I was wrong again. I cannot believe that Caleb checks back. Well, you got me. Again, stellar commentary going on here. God bless you. And then Deuce to 7 turn that just sneezed.
Kind of like your sneeze.
Well, I've been back here for like 19
Oh, yeah,
hours.
you're right. Mason is very verbal about his actions.
We don't have to wonder what he's doing.
No.
If the action tracker is wrong, we'll tell him.
Call.
A little bit different of a line here. Okay, so Mason flatted the big blind. Caleb opted to raise out of the small blind after the flat, not knowing that he's dominated. And he takes a commanding lead of the hand versus a gutter in position. So this hand's not over by any means. If Mason bets here, it's obviously going to get called. I'm a little bit shocked that Caleb did not lead with middle pair here, unless he's planning on check raising.
What do you have, about 3 million?
Mason should not have any kings in his range. Flatting the button. Chris is over there thinking about where his next connect is on United.
Are you leaving? Oh, man, I was just getting.
It's check.
400?
400.
Okay.
We'll let you know in the
I wanted to say there's 0% chance that Caleb would fold here. But if I had said that, then obviously he would have folded instead of called because I can change the universe apparently.
Mason bombs it here.
Has to. Yeah, I mean, what a nightmare card for Caleb's hand.
1 million, he says.
Yeah. And these are one of the things that I was talking about earlier, where you need to talk about paying attention to player tendencies, stuff like that. That was a very, very, very quick bet. It went check 1 million. As far as I can tell, he hasn't acted that fast very often. And I don't think Caleb is really necessarily thinking about...
100,000 short.
I don't think he's thinking about, like, man, does he have it or not? I think he's regretting not betting the flop here.
Yeah.
Or not getting the chance to check raise the flop, one of the two. I mean, this would be the most hero calls of hero calls here.
What did Chris Birchfield say about it?
I don't think...
I just heard him say my name. Very low.
I don't think that Caleb thinks he has a king. We can roll that out. But that's a problem for him. If he knows that he doesn't have a king, that means he has two random cards where he can't be the king of diamonds. That's on the board. So if you know that he didn't have a king on the flop and you're trying to check raise the flop, what else could he have?
Right. He never has an ace. Never has the ace of diamonds.
Not never, like... Would a lot of...
He's raising pre-flop.
What... Yes.
Hey, we can hear you.
Most of the time, actually, yeah, you're right. Like, he should be raising almost all the time.
I learned from the best.
There it is.
Oh, did we show it?
Oh,
we
he
showed
shows it. That's nasty.
Oh, now we're getting personal.
That's on loan. It's a hard call, man. It's a hard call. 4-liner. Mine was really nitty full because I had a flush. I had a flush.
When you flopped the flush, remember that?
Yeah, I know exactly.
That's what I was thinking.
That's how nitty I am. Is that I'm supposed to call that all day long, but you outplayed me.
Cool. Oh, what was my balls in the hand?
That's a tough call, man. You can't call that.
Well, Derek Lewis did fight on Saturday night.
I was gonna call you the most craziest shit.
Derek Lewis fought on Saturday night. Infamous for my balls are odd, and now we're here. Where are my balls at, hand on Monday night? Sounds about right. This can get very interesting three-handed. We have top pair versus the nut flush draw.
And second pair.
And second pair. He's trying to build a pot here in case he gets there. This is one of those situations three-handed that just sucks because you're out of position. You have top pair and you can't fold. But if he keeps showing aggression on later streets, how far are we willing to go with this hand?
Check.
I can't imagine he lets up here. I'm thinking about a 800,000 sizing, I'm sure. Because he can either get a fold here or he can build a pot if he makes a hand. And like Josh said, he does have second pair also. Here's the stare down. We have to come up with a term for this, the amazing stare down. And like I said, he's gonna check back. We don't see what the river card is yet.
7 of clubs? 3 of clubs?
5 of clubs, okay. And Christopher's going to win this hand.
Unbelievable. Look at that buckle. I knew you had a king. So hard. It's hard to
Well, let's talk about the payouts, not about how we played that last hand. $17,360 to the next
guaranteed
money.
Show them, because they want to talk shit and all this stuff. Show them you know how to play too.
Unbelievable. Play so fucking bad, it's unbelievable. You got my number, buddy. You got my number tonight. That's all it is. You just got my number. Unbelievable. I don't raise pre-flop. I don't bet the turn.
I think Mason's kicking himself for not betting turn or betting river there.
Raise king 6 off. 300. Good hand. Thank you. You got my number tonight.
It looks like the blinds are now up to 120K.
Yeah, because why wouldn't they just go to 150?
Well, due to a graphic error earlier, we thought it went from 60 to 100. And then my life got ruined whenever I realized it was really 80.
260.
For those still tuned in, if you don't think this is the best freaking tournament ever for a $600 buy-in, I'm willing to scream it from the rooftops about how much I hate how good it is. every single time.
We've got a couple premiums here, three-handed.
I would tell y'all what I think he's going to do, but I've been wrong 98% of the time. Hey, so like I said, he was going to 3-bet, as he should.
You probably would have been right about that one. No, I don't think there's really any time you don't 3-bet with ace-queen three-handed.
No, well, hold on, time out now. You got to balance sometimes. I would have said we're going to 3-bet here, but also I've said that 1,100 times four-handed, and I've been wrong 1,099. 1,099. Michaela, we need more drinks to the live stream booth. Okay, please bring more drinks. So in a normal three-handed spot right here, there's going to be a whole lot more 3-betting free than we've seen today. I would not blame him, Mason, for folding this right now on the button because no one has gotten out of line yet. In a normal three-handed spot where there's a lot of 3-betting, cold 4-betting, things like that, mixing it up, there's absolutely 0% chance that we should be folding this hand. I do not blame him for folding this to a 3-bet out of the blinds in a game where, like, we've seen very little 3-bet aggression.
Right. Nope. Let's take this time to come up with a name for the Mason stare down.
That was too easy.
The amazing. Michaela, bring drinks now. Stat. They're amazing. Guy. Stare down. Look, he's staring on right now. He's on the, what's going on here? He hasn't even acted yet.
All information is information.
I mean, that is very true.
300.
What is something that you look for in live tells?
It depends. Like, so in Houston, it's a whole lot different for me because. Wait, are you asking me personally?
Yeah, you personally.
Okay, so in Houston, there's a very massive majority of people that I've been playing with for like literally half my life.
Right.
So over the years, I've rasped those tells or whatever. When I go out to the World Series, it's things like if they look at their hand, it's just it's dealt to them. You would be shocked the amount of people that are in the cutoff, they look at their hand, and then they're already like ready to fold their cards when under the gun hasn't opened yet.
Wow.
Okay, so like things like that. Like if you're late in position and the guy to your left is continuously showing you basically that they're going to fold without them telling you that they're going to fold, you know, you can gain a lot of position, things like that.
Right.
The way that they look at their cards, you know, if someone's absolutely just demoralized after an hour of being card dead, they roll their eyes. They frill their hand. Oh my God! Again, it's they peel their cards and they snap them back down versus just looking at them. You know, it's a lot of little things. It is very important to. I won't mention any names, but we knew a guy that at one point was very deep in a circuit main event that liked to watch movies while he was playing, and they're down to 12 and 6 and 6, and I know he's never going to hear the story because he's not going to listen to this. Oh, we got 2 jacks here with 6, 7 of hearts. We might get some action here.
1 million.
Oh, wow.
1 million.
And when I say we're going to get some action, we're going to get some action.
Mm-hmm.
I wholeheartedly expect
4 bets.
a 4-bet jam. Flatting out of position. Oh, he's in position. He is in position. If you had 2 queens, I'd love a flat. With 2 jacks, it's so scary. And you know what? I personally would love a flat, but the chip stacks are kind of close right now. I think it's almost more important to take down the 2 jacks, to take it out pretty here, get the chip advantage. And if it's a cooler, it's just a cooler.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, the last time that Mason made it $1 million in a 3-bet pot, the blinds was 60K. And it went like 180 call 1 million. Now we're at 120. It went 250, 1 million. These are the things that I'm talking about.
Right.
When it comes to pre-flop tendencies and all that kind of stuff. So anyways, this guy decided that he likes to watch movies. They're 6-handed deep in a main event, and he's watching a movie on his iPad. And he would literally be like leaning back in his chair, iPad on his knee, headphones on, not AirPods, but like headphones on. And then like a hand would get dealt to him, and he'd peel his cards, and if he didn't like them, he would leave the cards out there. But he'd always look as soon as he got dealt to him. But then, if you looked at his cards, as soon as he got dealt to him, and his hands he was going to play, he'd take the headphones off, he'd sit up, he'd turn the iPad off, and literally no one else noticed like what this tendency was. It was so amazing. He ended up getting 3rd in that tournament somehow.
Wow.
Doing that the entire time.
Wow.
Like literally telling everyone exactly a hand that he's going to play. So it is important. I'm really bad about being on my phone at the table. I'm really bad about it. Like probably the worst.
Yeah.
But I will say that I do preach that the hands that you're not in are almost as important, if not more important, than the hands that you are in. You need to look out for what everyone else is doing, their tendencies, the way that they look at their cards, and all that kind of stuff. So here we got basically top 2 versus bottom 2, which is hard to do 3-handed. Chris is not folding. I was going to say, I don't even like a flat. I prefer the pressure here. And I really like this play a lot. And Caleb, who had a giant chip lead for most of this tournament, is now feeling the pressure of like not wanting to punt it off. And this would honestly would not even be a punt. This could be all flush draws. This could be all the 4-6s, the 6-8s. This could be the ace-queen of clubs. But as a poker player, whenever you are thinking about like how many chips you had, we call that upstuck. You know, it's hard not to make a bad decision. Now we got the Caleb stare down. It's a pretty good prime social logo he's repping though.
Yeah, looks clean.
Yeah. Those for sale?
They are.
Pretty cool looking logo. I thought I had the best hair in the room, but I think Caleb's got me notched. I think Caleb's just mulling over in his head, like, how many times can I possibly be ahead here? If I'm behind, I'm basically dead. And even if he is up against 2 overs and a flush draw, he's still stone cold flipping. Do we really want to put in our last 16 bigs here? I'm more of the live to fight another day kind of guy. I don't like to. I don't like to put it in if I think I could be dead. But I also know that 8 bigs can turn into 40 really, really quick. I know he's been putting his cards here the entire time, but I really thought that was about to be a fold. That is a really cool shot of the main event trophy right there over his shoulder. I think he's trying to talk himself out of a fold here. Or out of a call, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think he's trying to find a way to fold. Who's still with me in the chat? What do y'all think he's going to do? Do we think he's going to call? Do we think he's going to fold? Who are we rooting for? Talk to me, guys. At this point, I don't think he knows what he's going to do.
I've seen you move.
I imagine that fatigue setting in. I mean, I know we just started at 6 p.m. here today, but it's been a long 3 days. Everyone came back to day 2 with a gazillion chips. Chat, I'm not faulting y'all for saying yes to call. Like, it's very easy to. What do you say? It looks like a fold. Fold he makes. I don't blame anyone for saying that he has to call, and I'm not even going to disagree with anybody. That was a tough decision. I would have to imagine that he landed on that it wasn't a 5 or a 7. But, I mean, if he's up against any sort of 6-8 of diamonds, 4-6 of diamonds, 2 overs of diamonds, you know, we can battle back from that. But if he's up against a 5 or a 7, he's just stone cold dead.
Overs are kind of fold. That's what
so, yeah, that was a tough fold. That was a tough fold, and it just happened to be the correct fold. You know, if he had the ace queen of diamonds and he still folded, I'm not, you know, we're flipping at that point, but it's not the best or worst thing ever. Well, it's showing the graphics now that he has 11 big blinds behind, so maybe the 16 was before he bet the flop. Not really sure what's going on there. I do like this jam if he has 11 bigs.
1.425.
That does seem accurate. 11 bigs. And you know what? I actually really do like the 40 even more now because it shows that he's not going to give up. You know, like that was a very tough spot that he was just in, but at the same time, it shows that he knows what the value of 11 bigs are and that he knows that he can get back into this. So I actually really appreciate the fold more now, knowing that he only had 11 bigs even folded versus calling it off with 16 bigs. Got a little over 9 minutes left in this level at 120K. Oh man, this could be a train wreck right here. We got an ace on the button that's going to raise. A pocket pair in the small blind. And I know I've been wrong a lot about this tonight. But the only thing that he can't do is fold. Flatting is fine. 3-betting is fine. And it looks like he just called. And this is a perfect spot to squeeze. Here it goes. Yeah. Absolutely 1,000,000%. Caleb has to go for it here. Because a ton of the time he's going to have the best hand with the ace.
You can count, please.
Standard button. Now, I'm not going to fault Chris if he calls here. But after Mason called in the small blind, I would let him do the dirty work in case Caleb has the best hand. But what we don't want to do is give him a double up or a triple up. So, once again, I am completely wrong in everything that I've said.
1.605?
It's just my own personal opinion. This is a monstrous pot. And I'm willing to bet whoever wins this pot might win the tournament. Huge flop coming at 6 in the window versus top pair. Are you kidding me? Mason flats with a pocket pair to the small blind to a button raise. Flops a set versus top pair with another guy with top pair all in. This is absurd. Are you kidding me right now? If Mason had a chip lead right now, this tournament would be over. No spade on the turn. This is disaster for Christopher. At this point, Mason has to know that Chris has an ace. I wish he would check. But I don't mind the aggression knowing that Chris has to have an ace here either. If Chris can get away from this, it'd be amazing. But he did not get 3-bet pre-flop. You can take out Jack-Jack. You can always take out Ace-Jack. The only hand that he should be worried about is Ace-6 or 6-6. This is a cooler of all coolers. And at this point, Caleb probably knows that he's dead, which is so unfortunate because he was in such a great spot here to get a full triple for a lot of chips. If Chris folds, I think Mason's going to kick himself for not checking turn. Because leading flop with a player all in, three-handed, you don't have to have much. But you go barrel. I mean, this is complete absurdity. If Chris gets away with this, Mason's going to kick himself. Because this tournament could very well be over. I think if it goes check by Mason, Chris has to bet with the dead money on the side. And Mason's going to get it all. I wonder if Chris has realized that he hasn't gotten the Mason stare yet. Chat, what's going through your mind? I'm losing my mind over here. Like, y'all have to be too. Those are calling chips. And disaster is about to strike for my namesake.
Everybody, back to let them do this.
It's definitely not an easy fold, guys. Like it's not a snap fold by any means. This could be all the combo draws, the king ten of spades, the queen ten of spades, all that kind of stuff. Once he bets a flop, continuing a turn with a draw, like to win the dead money, that's not out of the question. What could Mason have flatted pre and then not 4-bet shove that's going to be top pair on this board? Not a whole lot. We're talking about ace deuce, 6-6, and 6-6 is even a stretch, or just not ace 7 and above. He put the calling chips back up. Calling chips back out there. Makes the call. We still have one card to come.
What happened? He called. Still comes over.
If this card comes a spade.
I'm all in blind.
Okay, I was going to say, if this card comes a spade and Mason checks, Chris has to go for it. He's all in blind. He's taking the decision out of him. I don't know if I've ever commentated, maybe even seen a 3 in a tournament with one person all in, and then they move in dark. He turned away from the table. Guys, if this is not a freaking advertisement for what's going on in Houston poker, then I don't know what is. Are you kidding me? He won't even look at the river card. They're playing for $40,000.
1.2 million and 10,000.
1.2 million
And 10,000. 1.2.
In case this ever gets close, let me recap. This is a $600 buy. $200K guaranteed. It got overlaid. Not only did it get overlaid, but day 2 only had 39 players. They played down to the final 9. Here we are, the final 3. Button opens, 2 6s flats, ace 8 jams appropriately, gets called in 2 spots. Flop goes bet, call. Turn goes bet call. River goes dark jam, and the guy that bet it dark hasn't even looked at his hand. This is the most incredible hand of poker I've seen in a long time, playing for a significant amount of money. And now all Chris can think is, I called the turn, I gotta call the river. Oh my goodness, what just happened here? GG to Caleb, who did everything right, and just gets absolutely tortured here. I am absolutely speechless as to what just happened here. Prime Social TX, a place with an overlay that just happened, and this is what's happening. Mason took over a commanding chip lead here. I don't know what to say, folks. That was an absolutely incredible hand of poker, three-handed, live on stream. I believe they might be going to break here. I'm not really sure. They might be just coloring up. Man, I am absolutely speechless. They are coloring up right now. We are going to go to a small break to color up all the red chips off the table. I am Chris Birchfield. I will be back shortly. Stay tuned for the conclusion of this match. I am absolutely speechless.
13.8. Okay. Did you want to see what an ICM looks like? Or did you want to play it out? I told you from the very beginning, you were the only guy
You did.
I was
You
doing
said it
chop
like
with.
4 times with it. Yeah, you said it. Like,
I told him. Anybody else, I was never going to do it. I mean, I got all the chips. Doesn't make any sense for me to do it, but.
Sure.
2.5, 2.7, 2.5.
All right, guys, I am back.
0.25. Yeah.
We're getting a couple of chip counts here. The players are looking at an ICM chop right now.
750. What was it? 2.5. 2.725. 2.725. Now it's frozen.
So what's happening is they're getting an accurate count of both players' chip stacks. And they will put that into a computer program that takes into consideration the stacks of the players, how many chips they have, and compares that with the current listed payouts,
Left side, but this I can't like.
and
I've been uneven for
gives
like
a
2 hours.
dollar amount
Wow. Losing my mind.
for each respective player in their chip count. So, waiting on those numbers.
You played great tonight, by the way. I mean that sincerely.
I appreciate it.
And once the floor supervisor
I
gets
made a
back
lot
with
of
those
mistakes.
numbers, they're going to talk about it,
Make mistakes.
No, I
consider,
don't think you made a single mistake.
and then if both players come to an
Your
agreement,
game definitely-
we will end the tournament.
25, so yeah, but you know, old
Each
school
player
doesn't really
will
wanna
get
follow the charts.
Got anything
whatever
else
the
while,
agreed upon amount
you know,
is.
where you need a drink or something?
Yeah, that was the only one.
I'm a little bit more old school. Like I know, like a lot of people like to just call because it's only 6 big blinds, but it was the right fold. You're a beat.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind going to the bathroom real quick. Thanks.
If he agrees, yeah, I'm not really in the mood to take a picture. Do I have to take a picture?
That's between you and the general manager.
Okay. Just with all that's going on in the world, I'm not feeling really too much celebratory mood right now.
And unfortunately, that's almost every day is like that these days.
Yeah, no, it's pretty crazy.
Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats. Where's the music go? Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots. All right, I'm done vibing back here to the Space Jams. We got the Reds colored off here. We got Christopher back at the table. We are about to kick action back up. Here shortly. I'm a little bit mad that our music went, so I'm going to go back to the boots and cats, boots and cats, boots and cats, boots and cats. Hey! Boots and cats, boots and cats, boots and cats, boots and cats.
All right, guys. Hey!
To our 52 followers right now, we appreciate you sticking around. Action's about to kick back up here. I like that idea. They said, let's get to a cash game. I'm about to head to a cash game right after this. Man, did Chris just look right at the camera? Like, that was like a very John Krasinski office moment. He looked right dead ass in the camera. He's like, I know y'all can see me.
All right, I think we do have both players back to the table, waiting to get the action started again.
Now, what would made you think that both of them were back there with that empty chair in front of those ships?
Did you not see him standing behind there?
I did not.
Really?
Wait.
Wait till it turns back around.
Don't get me canceled.
Wait. He's wearing all black clothing, so he blends. He's definitely back there, though.
Is he?
See his hand? You saw his hand? See the shadow?
Okay, Okay, at least he's talking.
Yeah.
Maybe it was looking at the
Look,
camera.
it's going to turn to the next
Okay,
one.
the camera's... Man.
3,
Well,
2, what?
There he is.
See, you can't see anything because he's wearing all black.
Thank
you
God.
don't see his hands.
Yes, he didn't have his hand there before. Like, that is deceiving clothing. God. Oh, my God. Remember when I used to commentate?
Oh, here we go. ICM numbers. We're back. All right. That is
We
a
did
deal.
it. We did it.
A deal has been made.
We went to break.